Folks, the merchandise, the beer, and the snack box, all that is open. All that is open. So not only do you have the slop truck open for lunch with all the goodies, including a Philly cheesesteak this weekend, and all sorts of other great stuff at the slop truck. If you're looking for the adult beverages, those are at the merch and beer and the snack box. Head on over there, and they will get you taken care of if that's what you need to get your day going.
Also, we're officially live.
And we are live on what page?
The Wired Designs YouTube.
The Wired Designs YouTube page. If you have friends that didn't make it today, let them know that we are going to be broadcasting live. TJ and Wired Designs, they said, you know what, he wants to, honestly, he's getting practice for the Hoot. Because the Hoot is coming up in about 5 weeks?
It's about almost exactly a month.
About 5 weeks left.
Don't say it too loud. Bruce might have a heart attack. I'll say it too loud.
So, we don't want. Richard Yeager's heart just hurt a little bit. He doesn't know why. Opus is down in Florida going, why did I get anxiety all of a sudden? Almost identical reaction times there. Going to ride it out to the quarter mile. 9:11, 141 miles an hour, 11:88 at 113 for the Beach Win ride.
Where did he go? Radio Greg to tell him not to bring his car up.
Greg, you guys copy Greg. This guy on the four-wheeler coming up, you need to stop him, please.
Yeah, 'cause I'm not getting
Don't
it.
stop the guy on the four-wheeler behind you.
Too late.
Why is he driving? For one thing, you need to talk about the speed and the. .961, 146. Problems for the bike in the summit lane.
Right lane 1158. Left lane 2A. He said the right lane was 1158.
I guess he's not going again?
I set you up for the next pair. Is he going again? What'd you say? No, I did not copy you, Greg. What did you say? Do you want to have someone else like get on a four-wheeler just disregard?
We don't know his number.
But he just turned it in. So if he comes back up here, he'll be able to tell us his name. Because we should have my dad. He didn't have a number on the dragster itself, but my dad read me his check mark number.
.865, 150 miles an hour. Show 47 at 99. Yeah. What's going on, man?
Good luck, man.
Okay, now I'll call Sportsman. And at this time, we need Valley Auto Group Sportsman. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. The potential buy in Sportsman is car number A as in Apple, 718. A as in Apple, 718. You are the potential buy in Sportsman. Sportsman, we need you to the staging lanes. Again, the potential buy is A as an apple, 718 in Sportsman.
So that's the thing I was going to ask. So do you have a mic on that too? It's you can't hear me. I already looked at it. Yeah, that's you. Yeah. So like if I'm yelling, now if you were to scream at Kyle, it would probably pick you up. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So like it can't hear us right now. It's barely catching the what's coming at you. That's the next thing I got to work. Getting a like I could probably put like a wireless mic like to the fence down there to catch the race car audio. But it's going to catch really the wrong race car audio because you're going to have guys point out. You got people that will stand down there. I would need it down more so. This is why I have Logan back researching all this stuff because he's really smart enough. And he's got a lot of stuff already figured out. So Wesley said, I'll give you $15,000 stuff and put Border Mania just in their place because everyone's hired with a $7,000 bill. Yeah. So I got Logan back like researching everything. He's already prototyping. We talked about it at Muncie. He has like this box full of like security cameras and fucking all kinds of shit. Like I got heavy financial backing.
So here we go, round number 2 of our juniors. Beginner class 1190 dial in on the Valley Auto Group side. Summit side dial in 1370. Again, Sportsman, round 1 you've been called. Potential buy-in Sportsman. Car number A is an apple, 718. You are sitting on the potential buy. And the red light pops on for the Valley Auto Group side. So Bear will be your winner. 860, excuse me, nope, not there yet. There we go. 1391 on the 1370. 1204 on the 1190. On the loss, Jacob Corey and Kyle Bierskin. Bierskin, 1390 dial in. Against the 1191 for Corey.
That car couldn't run 1390 if you dropped it out of the helicopter, unfortunately. Again, that's old school, man. He's got big pole start that. That's tough. I love that. He has the old school vibe to it. Yeah. I mean, this kid's brand new. The kid's like 5 or 6. They said he's a horrible kid. Oh my God, he's in the semis.
And Bierskin's going to get the win as Corey turned it red. $14.48, 41 miles an hour for Bierskin.
Yeah, I heard it.
And your buy run coming up here. For junior beginner, dial 1274. Double 09. That youngster is in it and on it. $12.88. Again, Sportsman, you've been called the lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, you've been called the lanes 5 and 6. This is your round 1 elimination call for Sportsman. I want to welcome any and all of you watching on Wire Design. Watching the race number 1 for the Dragway 42 IHRA Super Summit points. Super Series points, I should say.
Yeah, if you want to look at chat or whatever. There you go. Get 7 people watching.
I know TJ has probably already shared it on the Facebook place. I might get on there and do it in a little bit. Yep. George Lang. Identical 890 dial-ins coming up here. And the starting line advantage and the win light going to go. 891s on both sides of the racetrack. The win light was at the starting line. Valley Auto Group side was at about 1800 hundo in the pocket and got the win. 18 thou, I should say. Margin of victory 20 thou. A pretty solid drag race there. Win light again. Going to go. On the Valley Auto side. Now Allie Hurst. Allie dialed in at an 896 on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. 929 for Ellie Tucker. And they head down to the track. Starting line advantage going to go to Allie Hurst. Got to play the finish line game right, and does. Allie Hurst, your winner, 901 on the 896. Moves on. Ellie Tucker bows out in round two of Summit, Bazel, and Sunoco, the junior dragsters. Next up, Bear Family Racing, sponsored by University Hospitals. Dial 895, heads up. Just a hundo between them at the starting line. To the finish line they go. It's going to be the win light going to Bear. 9 flat on the 895. Gets the win. 901 on the 895 and a little bit behind the start line. Shuts down the Summit Lane Racer. Team Bear bringing up their other University Hospitals ride. 890 to an 894 on the Summit side. I believe this is Pickens Metalworks, Wright Trailers, sponsored hot rod. Start line advantage going to go to Pickens. Hurst, but the win light is going to go to Bear. 895 on the 890 as Pickens is a 10th off the dial in. 889 dialing to an 891. Pretty close on reaction time advantage, though. Going to go to the Valley Auto Group side. Got to play the finish line game. Cannot get there. 004 margin in the win light. Going to go to the Summit side of the racetrack. Freya Danes out of Chesterland, 905 dialing to the 890 on the Valley Auto Group side. Freya's got a lot of work to do as they head towards the finish line. Here the Womps see the win light. How about dead on with a 0 beats a dead on with a 4 by virtue, again, of the better reaction time on the Valley Auto Group side. We now go into our Masters class. Again, we should have Sportsman in the lanes. Sportsman, Valley Auto Group Sportsman, you should be in the lanes and ready to go. Valley Auto Group Sportsman, you should be in the lanes and ready to go. You will be following our juniors, Corbin McRell and Stefan Huckabee. Huckabee is on the Valley Auto Group side, dialed 773 to the 808 for McRell out of Galion, Ohio. Hey, the young man with the dragster that needed his time slip, we have that at the rear staging for you. The young man with the red dragster that needed his ET slip, we have it at the rear staging for you. Go see our rear staging guy. He'll get you hooked up. Lots of womping going on down there, and it's going to be Huckabee getting the win light. As McRell was a 10th over the dial-in. 780 on the 773. Now, Malia Mosley and Olivia Riley. Olivia dialed in 790. Heads up with Malia. So Olivia on the Summit side of the track, got the pre-stage beam on. Malia as well out of West Salem. Again, your defending champion in the Masters class. Starting line advantage will go to the Summit side of the racetrack. Malia uncharacteristically late letting go. Win light is going to go to Olivia Riley. 791 with a 9 beats the 791 with a 0 by virtue of the better reaction time. 35,000 margin of victory for Olivia Riley. Now Ben Riley. 790 dial-in for Ben. He is on the Summit side of the racetrack. Coming up against Landon Tackett out of Bucyrus, Ohio, down to 807. And they head to the top end, looking pretty good for Ben Riley, 784 as Tackett turned at 16th out red. Next pair up. Getting ready to approach the starting line. Brillen Biondo and Ryan Suman. Biondo down 790. The 818 for Suman. Summit side, Suman off and running. Suman has the starting line advantage. Got about 4 hundo in his pocket. Win light will go to Suman, 820. 004 margin at the finish line. Very nicely done. Now Sam Sill and Brooke Biddle, your final pair, I do believe. Modified. Perfect converter modified. Needs you two lanes, 1 and 2. Your buy run, if there is one, car number 3308. Sitting on the potential buy. Car number 3308 sitting on the potential buy. 501 performance modified. Need you to lanes. 501 performance modified. Need you to the lanes, please. Win light there going to go to Brooke Biddle as Sam Sill turned it red. And that'll do it for round number 2 of our juniors. Other than our buy run coming up here.
Looked like she did a little better on.
Yeah, she. I guess if she. I think it's a girl, but you can see she's.
Is she still kind
You want it. Yeah, you want it.
of
You got to kind of. That's the thing you got to teach a kid. You don't have to drive it necessarily. It's the small movements, not big movements.
Yeah.
And they use kids think they see people driving stuff and they see big movements, and so that's a hard thing to teach. But I'm glad they're getting the chance to get down there and try.
Once again, we have called modified. Modified needs you to the lanes at this time. 501 performance modified. Need you to lanes 1 and 2. Let's go, mod. And again, sitting on the potential buy run. Car number 3308. We now go into Sportsman. Valley Auto Group Sportsman. Going to start out.
This is Sportsman. 650 and 655. Those are not correct dial-ins. This is quarter mile. Oh, are these buy runs? I bet you those are time trials. Is that skirt? That's skirt. That's skirt up there. those are top. That's Skirt and somebody else. I think that's Skirt and Jeff Sap or whatever. Saporito.
Now we go to Sportsman.
I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah, that's what TJ was telling me. TJ was telling me that Skirt had that broken gas pedal.
Now we go with Mitch Williams starting things off against the Penn Racing Charger Hellcat, now 1209. Williams, the old school Mopar, high horsepower ride, and the Duster down at 1192. I believe Penn was our defending champ in Sportsman last year. Again, modified. Need you to 1 and 2, please. Modified to 1 and 2. Modified. Need you to 1 and 2, please. Advantage, Mitch Williams. Heading to the quarter mile. It's pretty tight. It's going to be Williams. 37, dead 8, getting the win light. Penn got there first, had to break out to make it happen. What's up, Aaron Wicker, watching on our Wire Design Live. Jim P. Ponchoza. P-O-N-C-Z-O-C-H-A. It's like somebody spilled alphabet soup. He's up against Jeremy Murray, the 2024 winner of the Ron Huntley Senior Sportsman Spirit Award at the Summit Halloween Classic. 1488 dialing for the stick-shifted Neon, and he turns it red. He will not be happy when he sees that slip. But Dragway 42, as always, folks, if round one does not go your way, we do have buyback opportunities. Head down to the She Shed to go see Marianne. She'll get you hooked up. 1483 for Murray on the loss. Meanwhile, 1623 for Jimmy P. Getting the win light. John McEwen in the Nova down 1191 to a 1309 for the, I believe that might be Mr. Kordoleski in the Camaro. And Kordoleski out in front. Going to go down. Going to see a little bit of woeing down at the finish line. And not enough by a lot. Win light will go to McEwen as took 191. Need to take about 110 or less. Next up, Bob Deal against another one of the Penn family members. I don't know why they're not coming up in my thing, but they got the win light. Bob Deal in the 5th Gen Camaro turned it red. Penn down to 1227. Penn is going to go 1223. 1289 on the 93 for Deal. Again, we have called modified. Lanes 1 and 2, you'll end up over in 3 and 4 as well. There's a bunch of you. Folks, put them up nice and tight, please, in the lanes.
You know me, I come prepared. Usually. Sort of.
12:48 dialing for Scott Fennell in the Malibu. Going to be getting chased by the pickup truck down 1188. Starting line advantage going to go to the Summit side of the racetrack. Winlight would go there as well. Eases into that 1198 on the 1188, closing it up a little bit as Fennell was a little late at both ends of the racetrack. Miss Strauss, Ashley down in 1379 to an 1194 for the Pontiac. Starting line advantage. Headed over the right side of the racetrack. Got a little bit of spinny at the start line and breaks out. Oh, that'll hurt. Winlight will go to the Pontiac. Ronald Quast in the Dakota. Quast dialed in 15-15 to the 1190 for the Penn Racing Firebird.
I haven't seen any of the Penn's names come up today. You got a lot of tech cards over there, don't you?
There's a lot of you here, people. You are putting Eva to work. I'll just say that. Eva's already threatened my life once today because I'm encouraging her daughter, Jess, to race the motorcycle. You know, Jess just did disappear. I wonder if she's going to go take a time trial. If you don't hear me tomorrow, you just got to look for the body at that point. I've gotten on Eva's last nerve already, and it's early on a Saturday. Oh, Ronald Quast in the Dakota trying to hold off the 4th gen Firebird. Firebird way over by the center line, gets the win light as Quast breaks out trying to stay ahead. He was mathematically eliminated at the starting line anyways. And finally, check out this, was it the Trackhawk or Hellcat Dakota? 1160 versus the 1160. I think both these cars capable of going quicker. There'll be some brake lights happening down there. Side by side down the racetrack. Brake lights. And the win light going to go to the Hellcat Dakota. Durango, excuse me. 1169 with a 6 on the 1160 as his opposition broke out. Brian Blum got there first. Actually had a little bit of room, but used too much of it. Took 29, needed to take 15 or less. Chris Elliott, North Ridgeville, in the Mustang, down 1167, 1285 for the El Camino. And 9 thou separate them at the starting line. Advantage gonna go to the Mustang. Win light is gonna go to the El Camino. 1289 got behind and got the win as Elliott took a little too much finish line. Mark Falk, 1167 dial in for Falk to the 1381. Both guys in deep. $14,000 the difference at the starting line. Man, that thing is going to make some big steam at the finish line. Wind light is going to go to Falk, 1170 at 124 miles an hour. 1376, not enough brake pedal on the Summit side. Lexus Ferro, 1172 dial in the Malibu. Coming against Scott Chitty down 1160.
Yeah, great. You get the buy run and you get to run Scott Chitty. There's your reward.
Modified, you should be in the lanes or headed that way. You're coming out next. Modified, you're coming out next. Yes, Kristen, it's the first round. Kristen Schmidt. So you could still get here if you need to. Tell you what, though, Alexis and Scott. Scott moving over to get a good look at her. And it's going to be Alexis Ferro, 1177 on the 72, getting the win light. She took about 500s at the start line, got about 200s at the finish line. So Alexis Ferro getting the win light over Scott Chitty. So we are going to do a quick bit of work on the racing surface. Again, those of you in modified should be in the lanes or headed that direction. Modified, you should be in the lanes or headed that way, please. Or attention race fans, if you got items around the house or shop that need welded up, look no further than Lincoln Electric. Weld it with Lincoln Welders. Lincoln Electric is your choice when it comes to welding equipment, cutting equipment, and safety apparel. Go to LincolnElectric.com for more information on welding machines and accessories to get the job done. And remember to hashtag WeldRed with all your projects. I keep saying I wouldn't mind having a welder at the house, and Michael Beard reminds me that that'd probably be a terrible idea. I am 57 years old. Am I too far past learning to do stuff like that? They didn't say it'd be for anything useful. I just want one at the house. Although I do own a late 70s F-body Mopar that probably needs some welding done to it, amongst many other things.
So what you got there? Got the split printer?
Yes. I had a new one that I never put together.
Oh, is that it there?
Yeah, needed to put together. I had to change something.
Is that your tower one, or are you going to take that down there?
This was sort of like our spare.
Yeah.
What the other one needs a repair, so I'm gonna try and do a couple things quick.
Yeah, I got Kyle Matcham over there doing some technical work. Kyle's he's a diverse individual. He's got lots of stuff he can get.
You could say it starts with a D and ends in S.
I mean, that's not the way you really want to do it. Although we are technically on a, we are on a non-monetized YouTube channel today. I could probably say what I want and not get cut off, but I also don't want your mom coming up here and smacking me for saying cuss words on the PA system. Speaking of Marianne, go on down to the She Shed. Go see Marianne if you need to get your points form filled out. They have that down there. Also, open up for lunch is the slop truck. They are going good and strong. And so the snack bar and the merchandise and beer sales open as well. If you need some new D42 gear, If you need an adult beverage, if you need a snack, they got you covered down there as well. So lots of transactions being done. So again, track crew doing a good spray and drag here, getting things ready for round number 1 of 501 Performance Modified. Again, modified, you should be in the lanes ready to go.
I like the 3 Mopars you got in a row there. You got TJ Cost in his old Plymouth. You got Blackbird in his Colt, and then you got Beard in the Volare, all back to back to back. Hey, Kyle, is your dad here today? Huh. Man, that's weird. For me, at least. Is that by having Sandy here, your dad doesn't necessarily have to be here?
Pretty much last year.
I used to still see him out in the tractor first thing every day.
Yeah.
Russ Flug in the Indian Summer. Pontiac dialed 621, 650. I believe that's either young Mr. Peru or old Mr. Peru in there. Nationwide Auto Works sponsored ride. Flug is set and ready to go out of Berea. Starting line advantage. Going to go to the blue vehicle. Ha! You thought I was going to tell you. Nope, it was going to go to Peru, and he's 652 on the 50. Getting the wind light. Flug breaks out. Got there first by 9 thou. Had to break out by 17 thou to be there, so no good. Rodney Kirk, 707 dial-in for the 69 Olds out of Canton, Ohio. I think this is the old Chainsaw Massacre car, if I remember correctly. Kirk, identical reaction times. Win light will go to the Mustang at 588 on the 586. 11th out margin of victory for the Mustang over Kirk. Brent Matthews coming up next. 1979 Mustang. You know that because that's the number he picked. He's going against Jacob Hura. 84 Cutlass out of Collins, Ohio, dialed in 708. And again, really tight at the start line, over 3 thou difference between the two of them. Advantage Matthews, and Matthews will get the win by 6 thou over Jacob Hura. 635 with a 0 on the 34 and a 30 light. 33 light for Jacob Hura. 709 with a 3 and a 708 to be 6 thou behind. Paul Stevens coming up next. Shelby, Ohio-based Malibu 688. Car once owned by the championship won by the late Wes Buckley. Coming up against Bob Adamski. Dialed in a 656. Bob flickering the bottom bulb.
He never got in the beam. That was weird.
Manny Delarek, 7 flat dialing in the Mustang. Delarek out of Brunswick, Ohio. Against Rory Furr out of North Robinson, Ohio, in the dragster. No box on that ride. He is going off the bottom bulb in the long skinny car. Mandy a little late on the let go. Is going to have a lot of work to do. You're not going to be able to get it done. The win light will go to Rory Furr. Mandy was late in 5 over. Next up, Joe Miller, New London, Ohio, based as 10 down 696, going to be getting chased. Well, was going to get chased by Jim Casey, but Casey left at the first yellow. I think he went to get against the trans brake, and the car pushed right out. Win light will go to Joe Miller. Jeff Hura, Collins, Ohio-based third-gen Camaro. 628 down with a 601 for Chad Schweitzer. Hura in and set. Here comes Schweitzer. Big time starting line advantage. Gonna go to Jeff Hura. 632 on the 628 gets the win light. Schweitzer was closer to dial, but further away from the reaction time. Jeremy Porter and Todd Schweitzer now. Todd coming up in the Chevelle. 597 dial in with that low flying hot rod against Porter's 74 Pontiac Ventura out of Doylestown, dialed 672. And the red eye coming on for Porter. 14 early. Schweitzer will be your winner. 20 to the good, 598 on the 597. Both racers are hundo over the dial-in, but again, the red light predetermining that one there. Melanie Dumont out of Tiffin, 649 dial-in for Melanie. Going to be chasing after Robert Richard, RLR Photography sponsored ride. He's normally out there taking pictures, but his job this weekend went to the wayside, so he said, I'm going racing. Robert out in front. Eases on through with the win light. Melanie dead on the dial-in, but about a tenth behind at the starting line. That will cost. Tim Molich, 1965 Belvedere out of Amherst, Ohio. Coming against the Disco Nova, piloted by Deb Litton out of Arcadia. Again, we are in a 501 Performance Modified round number 1. Litton's in and set. Molich ready to go. Molich, 28th hour wrong side. 003 for Deb. She was on point. 633 with the one on the 632. 003 light. She just laid 14 total down. Just so you knew. Molich, 35 with a 5 on the 36. About to see a bunch of Mopars in the left lane here, the Summit lane coming up. We're going to start out with TJ Cost out of Atwater, Ohio. The wrong TJ is dialed in at 685 to 545 for Rob LaRocco in the Nova. Rob out of North Ridgeville, Ohio. LaRocco wheels up, but a little early letting go, and TJ's good. Well, the wrong TJ will be your winner. He just laid down 9 total. 009 dead zeros. Corey Blackford out of Toledo in the Dodge Colt. Coming up against Matt Daddis out of Vermilion, Ohio in the 3rd Gen Camaro. Blackford dialed 591. Car always kind of aims a little bit to the right coming out of the hole. I think that's a suspension strategy on his part. Unless Corey's cross-eyed. And a red light for Blackford. 001 for Daddis. 608 on the 611. 11 red, dead 1 for Blackford. So again, folks, if round 1 doesn't go the way you want it to, you can head on over to the She Shed, go see Marianne and the crew. Purchase your buybacks there. Michael Beer dialed in 666 out of Galloway, Ohio. 1980 Volare for the staging light. Moser, Mickey Thompson sponsored ride. 610 dial in for Ryan Roberts. And again, he would like to thank Tim Sloan Racing Engines for getting him back going. But 11 red for Michael. Squeezed it a little too much there. He's dead on with a 6, so the car is ready, but 17 dead too. Ryan Roberts was ready to party for the Akron, Ohio-based Mustang. So that was fixing to be a barn burner, but Beard turns it red, and we'll have to go talk to Marianne about his bad luck. Next pair up, John Bailey, a pair of Mopars up here. Tom Molich out of Lorraine, Ohio, 70 GTX, 598 dialing for Molich. 671 for John Bailey. There he goes, 708 for Molich. Bailey dialed in 671. Again, you should always make sure your dial-in's right before you pre-stage. .200's the difference at the starting line between Molich and Bailey. Bailey, a master at the finish line, 008 margin, gets the win light over Molich. Brandon Butler coming up next. Butler dialed in at a 598 to a 696 for Pete Wilder. Canal Fulton base, 79 Mustang. And the red eye for Wilder by a bunch. Brandon Butler. Bob George Racing Monte Carlo will be your winner. 597 on the 598. Stick shifted Nova. Steve Tuskowski trying to get Dave Morrison. Morrison going to be your winner. 698 on the, 689 on the 689.
I could see that from up here. That ball, it flickered. You just never, you literally needed to go.
But it doesn't have, didn't have reaction time or anything.
No, because he was never fully staged. Do you have my third round? See if she's got the high runs because we need to call juniors.
3-1-3-0 next.
CJ Yeager and Wayne Kaiser. Kaiser in the Mustang, a little bit behind there. Win light will go to Yeager. Dialed 710. That's all that car runs. He'll be your winner as Kaiser was late, early, and still behind.
You want to wait till these get down a little further before I call?
John Lowry and Anthony Mosley, Battle of the Booze. Not booze as in what you're drinking later after the races are over, although that could happen later too. 566 dialing for Mosley. Out of West Salem, Lowry out of Norwalk, dialed 673. Mosley turns it red. Lowry will be your winner, 674 on the 73. Brewster dialed in 648. I believe this is Ricky Kayett and the Ryan Burkle Mustang. Kayett dialed in 601, 648 for Yeager. Start line advantage going to go to Kayet. Should be, will be Ricky Kayet on the double breakout. Runs 6 flat on the 601, taking 14th thou, getting the win over Eddie Bull, who was 400s under. Kevin Burns out of North Ridgeville, Ohio, coming up against the Barracuda. Dialed in 631. And Burns out in front. And they ease it through, get the wind light, 691, 96 miles an hour. It's opposition, again, late, early, and behind. Josh Adkins out of Sandusky, Ohio. 1989 Camaro, 737 the dial in for Adkins. Up against Mason Fix, dialed in 728, Lockport, New York. Made his way down here to race with us this weekend. Mason also running in top.
I think we can go with juniors now. They'll start moving down the hill.
Adkins trying to hold off Fix, and he's not going to be able to do it. He got there first. And at this time to the lanes, round 3 of our juniors. Round 3 of juniors need you there. The beginner buy will go to 314B if there is one. Advanced buy, 514X. Master buy, 101X. So again, the buy runs in juniors, beginners, 314B, advanced 514, and master 101X. Juniors need you back to the lanes for round 3. Mike Morek gets beat. Scott Wasco, 008, 41 for the 5 on a 640 in the S10 gets it done. So again, we need our juniors, beginners to lane 1, advanced to lane 2, master to lane 3.
Hey, Eva, did you get my top 5? What's the number, dear? 4006? Okay.
And the win light there going to go to Jim Seaman in the Indian Summer Pontiac. Over Justin Thomason. Again, we need our juniors back to the lanes, please. Juniors, need you back to the lanes at this time, please. Beginners to lane 1. Again, we do need our juniors back to the lanes, please. Beginners to lane 1, advanced to lane 2, master to lane 3. Jason Fitzpatrick and Candace Socek. Candace will be your winner. 33 and 300s over gets the W over Fitzpatrick, who breaks out and had to got there first, but had to break out to do it. So again, we do need our juniors back to the lanes, please. Again, our junior buys, beginner is 314B. I believe that's young Mr. Bear. Advance is 514X. Master is 101X. Do what? Tom Reed going to get the win over Brandon Farrow, who turns it red. Reed out of Wayland, New York. Made his way all the way down there, 677 on the 75. Ryan Biddle and Mitch Williams. Biddle in the pickup truck, dialed in 713 out of Ashland, Ohio. Williams down 751. And to the finish line they go. It is going to be the win light going to Mitch Williams. The Duster gets the W, 752 with the one on the 751. Just about cut Biddle in half at the start line reaction time-wise. Not for real because that'd be messy. Alexis Farreau and Jim Carnett. Lexus turns it red, 003 wrong side. Jim was red behind her, but that was behind her. Win light will go to Farreau. Excuse me, to Carnett, not Farreau. And Alexis will be looking for the re-entry. Next up, Mark Tamalo and Mike Willie. The MM Performance ride of Willie dialed 634. Going to have to wait a little more than one light on Mark Tamalo. The 1973 Vega out of Seven Hills, Ohio, dialed 688. And Willie getting ready to do the chasing. Does not get it done. He might have handed that one back. 007 margin win for Mark Tamalo. J.P. Schuster. Schuster dialed in 660 against Amy Reed out of Wayland, New York. 1967 Valiant dialed in 673. Put him out there with like the $909, whatever the slow mod dial in there. Mike DeMont. DeMont up against Skirt. Skirt dialed in 660 to 581 for DeMont. Skirt got in a little trouble at the start line. Win light will go to Mike DeMont on the double breakout. He's 2,000 under. Skirt is 400s under. Mark Frazier, 581 dial in for Frazier. Against Jaden Durst out in 652. And one light going to go to Durst, who is 001 anyways. Frazier, 22 on the red side. 649 with a 9 on the 52 for Durst. Frazier was 2,000 early, then 2,000 over, or 200s over at the start finish line. Yeah. Words. They pay me to do them. Melissa Quast and Mark Falk. Melissa, 665 dial in for the Columbus, Ohio native in the 68 dart. Up against Falk, 779 in the AMC. Starting line advantage going to go to Quast. Finish line win light will go to Quast, 670 on the 665 as Falk breaks out getting there first. Took 41, needed to take 17 or less. Jose Diaz.
That should be 3308 in this lane.
Up against Thomas Jenkins.
Yeah. Because he's your buy run guy, I believe.
For what? Is it ISL?
For pro. For mod.
And Jose trying to run him down. And it will be Jose getting the win light over Thomas Jenkins. Jenkins got there first, had to break out to make it happen.
So once they pull, because they're going to prep between, right?
Yeah, and I'm going to swap printers.
Okay, so when you want me to go ahead and call top here in a minute?
Yes.
I'll give it about. I'll wait till I start seeing the 890 kicks move. Seems like there should be more cars left than that.
Juniors?
Yeah.
That's what I want to do. How did you get down to 2? I thought we had like 4 or 5.
There should be 3 cars left in the beginners. Yeah. No, the buys are pulled over to the side.
Yeah.
That's why. That makes more sense to me then.
When I'm down there, I'll have you guys send a test split. So, Greg has top 5, correct? Or Ron does.
Yeah, 54006, Kyle Freeman. That's what Eva told me, and Eva knows all.
She does.
And I got to make sure I stay a safe distance from her. She's mad at me today.
Trying to get Jess to take her bike down the track.
Oh, no. Absolutely, she absolutely should. I think you should be riding on the back.
You want to talk to anymore?
To be safe, Eva, you should be on the back of the bike with her.
Well, I hate you too.
Oh, Eva, you're so fun. I miss you.
Yeah.
So we are getting ready for round 3 of our Summit Race Equipment, Basil Race Fuels, and Sunoco Race Fuels Juniors. Caden Voltman out of Amherst, Ohio. Caden dialed in 1271. Caden has been very Voltman-like at the starting line. Coming up against Kyle Bierskin, down 1390 in the little green hot rod.
You let Rear know that I'm going to call top.
And at this time, we need top to the rear staging. Top. It's your round one elimination call. By run, if there is one, is car number 4006. I believe that to be Kyle Freeman. Win light going to go to Caden Vaultman. So again, we need top. Start them off in lanes 1 and 2 top. There's a bunch of you. We need you to the lanes. Again, potential bias car number 4006. Mickey Thompson, top. Round one elimination call, please. Bentley Bear. Bentley dialed in 1390. We'll meet Caden Vaultman. So, wow, you talk about, again, folks that have been around each other a long time. Vaultman's in the Bears. Loved seeing this next generation of racers make their way up. $13.90 with a 2 on the $13.90 dial-in for Bentley Bear. Now we go into our advanced class. Once again, this is a round one elimination call for top. Round one elimination call for top. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Round one elimination call for top. Let's bring him down. Mickey Thompson, top. Need you to the lanes at this time, please. Braden Bear, 896 dial-in for Braden. Braden is on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. Rylan Lawrence out of Elyria, Ohio. Pickens Metalworks sponsored machine, dialed in 890. He is on the Summit side of the racetrack. And it's going to be Braden Bear getting the win light as Rylan Lawrence turns it red. Braden says 896 goes dead zero. Next one's up, Ben Still. 890 dial in for Ben.
Yeah, he had 889 in the dial-in last time. He missed it last time. He was 889 last time.
And the red light for Ben Still, win light for Tyler Jacobs. $891 on the 890.
Adjusted that pretty quick. Adjusted that on the dot quick right there.
So again, Top, you've been called to the lanes, please. Top, you have been called to the lanes. We'll take you to the lanes at this time. Top. Mickey Thompson, Tires, Top. Need you to the lanes, please. Allie Hurst out in 895. Up against Abigail Bear. So I believe these are cousins up at the starting line. Getting the match up against one another. Allie, again, on the Summit side. Abigail on the Valley Auto Group side. Double 09 and the advantage. Gonna go Summit side of the racetrack. Finish line game win for Allie Hurst. Closes it up to 1,000 cuz. Woof. That was a tough one. Win light will go to Allie Hurst. So again, Top, you've been called the lanes, please. Mickey Thompson Tires, Top. Need you the lanes at this time, please. Ben Riley and Stephen Huckabee. Huckabee dialed 774 to a 790 for Riley. And the red light for Riley. We'll give the win to Huckabee. And Huckabee, 772 on the 74, gets the win light. Riley, 32 thou red and 6 thou under, bows out in round 3. Now Olivia Riley got to hold up the family name here. Olivia Dow then 791 to Brooke Biddle 799. So both racers pre-stage, Biddle and Riley both in. And Riley turns it red. Tough break for the Riley family this round. Brooke Biddle, $7.99 down and goes $7.98 with an 8. Riley was very early, but dead on with a 2. And your buy run going to go to Ryan Goodman, now then 8.18. So Mickey Thompson Tires top should be in the lanes or headed that way. Located in the two buildings, sitting a mere 430 feet from the starting line here at Dragway 42 is Big 3 Racing. Their two facilities combined give them a total of 16,000 square feet to build, work on, and tune American V8 and V10 cars and trucks, with many parts in stock to support your awesome racers. The new Big 3 Racing facility is filled with state-of-the-art, brand-new equipment to serve you, including 2 chassis dynos and a 6,000 horsepower capable hub dyno. Good time right now to head over to the slop truck and get yourself some lunch. You can head over to the snack barn. Get yourself in the big box there. You can get some adult beverages, some snacks, and maybe some D42 merch. Robbie McRae. Cray dialed in 650. William Baleser dialed in 677 out of West Seneca, New York. Got several folks that made their way up, or down, I should say, from New York to come race with us this weekend. And I hear there's even a Canadian on property. Eh? McRae dialed 650, 677 for Baleser. Ooh. 003 wrong side for Baleser, and not going to be happy when he sees the slip. Robbie McRae, 655 on the 650. A little late at both ends of the racetrack. Still gets the win. Baleser was 3 red, dead 7. No good. But again, hey, kids, if you don't win the first round, it's always the option. Head on over to the She Shed and purchase your buyback. Get back into round number 2.
Come on, man. Good job there. Having fun? There's worse things to be doing than spending out the racetrack.
498 dial-in for the all-orange machine up against Chad Schweitzer's primarily orange ride. And it's going to be Schweitzer getting the win light. 601 on the 602 as his opposition was early. 5 flat on the 498. And the red light this time. Tim McGuire. McGuire out of Oberlin, Ohio, turns it red by a thou. 009 to the good. Cody Jordan, 467 dial-in. Gonna get chased by Courtney Grisey, 415 on the blown hot rod. Over on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack.
By the way, your win light is live.
Grisey and Jordan. Double 04 wrong side for Courtney. Win light will go to Courtney Jordan. He is a 10 dead 0. Courtney, 004 red dead 1. It's a little too early in the year to be this tight, kids.
Michael got an Italian sausage sandwich in there. That looks really good. Huh? Oh, yeah, somebody. That beard sends me pictures of food.
Jeff Gates, the Ranchero Dodge 636, going to have Connor Grisey chase him down. Connor must weigh ever so slightly more than Courtney because he dialed 416 as opposed to the 415 for Courtney.
Huh? Yes, there is. Should be running top off the bottom, too.
Gates, 008 wrong side for him. And Connor will get the easy peasy run. Look at that. He's within 9 thou of his sister. He's 23 dead 0 getting the win light. Lou Greco and John Bowes, your next pair. Greco in the Trick Flow GTO, dialed 574 to the 480 for Bowes. With 80 years of racing experience, Wiseco's been at the forefront of piston development on and off the track. Wiseco's applied their experience with countless winners and champions to development of every forged piston they manufacture, translating to unmistakable quality and performance that you'll enjoy every time you pull up to the line or out of your garage. Wiseco has a wide range of domestic, sport compact, and power sports applications covered with a vast line of shelf stock forged pistons. Drop Wiseco a line to find out what they can do for your next build. 003 to 009. This is the way you'd expect this one to go. It's going to be Greco getting the win light. 10th thou margin of victory for Lou. He was 003, 1/1, getting the win light over the 009, 1/5 for John Bowes. Matt Daddis and Ricky Adkins in the slightly modified Mini out of Milan, Michigan. Matt Daddis dialed in 577 out of Vermilion in the 1991 Oldsmobile. This is a former super stock ride, so it is about as stock as this car ever could be, except it was, not front wheel drive. Slightly, again, also slightly modified from stock performance. Let's just put it that way. Not as modified as Ricky's car. And it's the red eye. 004, wrong side for Daddis. Adkins, 498 on the 495, 139 miles an hour. 4 Red Dead, 2 for Daddis. Kevin Burns, 688 dial into the 477 on the Summit side. Kevin Burns turns it red. Got a case of the Reds going out here early on in this round of Mickey Thompson top. Jason Hill, 469 dialing for the Shiloh, Ohio-based Mullis chassis. 567 for the Camaro. .005 to a 28. And it's going to be the win light going as Hill did not run the number by a lot. Win light will go to the Camaro.
That's a good feeling. It's done all right. You just haven't turned on the limit yet.
Dennis Hall and Rick Sutton. Sutton out of Baltimore, Ohio, Summit side of the racetrack against Dennis Hall's Malibu, down 545 out of Mansfield. And Hall did not have the crossover set. Easy peasy there for Rick Sutton getting the win light. There is an oopsie. Bill Baker, 628 dialing for the Nova, getting ready to come out of the water against Frank Brank. Frank out of Avonmore, Pennsylvania. The trophy husband dialed in 452.
Every time somebody goes out that door, it's like it sounds like it's being slammed mad, but it's not.
Well, Carrick Joe's going to take away your goodies. Winlight going to go to Bill Baker. Got about 10th out the start line, 6th out at the finish line over Frank Brank. Will have to go see Marianne about a re-entry. Tim Schmidt out of Navarre, Ohio. Up against Eric Bennett. Bennett, the 1965 Dodge Dart. Dialed in 559. I ain't going to lie to you, folks. I am a fan of this car. My dad racing a 65 Dart in my youth. Well, I wouldn't say unfortunately. My dad's car, substantially less cubic inches. And I mean substantially less. But always a fan of the body style. If I could find one cheap, I'd probably rip the motor out of my wagon and put it in that. Bennett and Tim Schmidt. 487 dialing for Schmidt out of Navarre. Big time starting line advantage going to go to Bennett. But he breaks out, taking way too much finish line. Double breakout win light will go to Schmidt. And here comes Kara Joe Brank. The Bullseye sponsored ride out 463. Up against the Rocco Machine rider, Dennis Rock. Rock dialed in 460. So he'll be doing the ever so slight chase job. And win light there will go to Kara Joe on another double breakout. And a red light for Dennis Rock. Kara Joe continues on. She was 32, 8 thou under, 3 thou red, and 5 thou under for Dennis. Here's a neat ride. Matt Summers out of Galion, Ohio. That is a 54 Bel Air. Dial 608. 001 to 006 against Bill Horvath in the Redhead Cider ride. Now it's going to be Horvath getting the win light as Summers took 128, needed to take 119 or less. As Horvath was a 10th over the dial in. 408 the dial in. I believe this is Mr. McBride, Jamie McBride. Come against Bob Russello, the 69 Camaro. McBride having some issues the first hit. Not sure if this is senior or junior. Russello dialed 563.
This should be interesting.
McBride and Rousselot. McBride out of the chute a little sideways. Wind light going to go to Rousselot. McBride still broke out, even though he kind of took the long way home. Wind light will go to Rousselot. 564 with the 3 on the 563. Dustin Carver out of Funky Cold, Medina, Ohio. Dialed in 5 flat. 537 for the Daytona. Wind light going to go to the Daytona as Carver turned it red by 8 thou. 38 with a 5 on a 537 and 11 light gets the W. Jim Feaster coming up next. He's on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. Up against Tom Tarrick, the Gibsonia, Pennsylvania native, and the Morrowville Missile Ford Falcon, dialed 588 to 586 for Feaster in that gorgeous Chevelle. This is Feaster's, I believe, high school ride that he spent a lot of time, effort, and money to get looking this good and going this fast, and then spent more money after the car doinked the wall. And the red light for Tarrick. Oh, my goodness. 1 red to 2 red. Tarrick in the Falcon. 1 red, dead 2. Gets beat as the wind light will go to Feaster, who was 2 red behind him. Hey, those of you watching on the Wire Designs live feed, if you could reach down there and do 2 things for the Wire Design crew. Hit the like button on this one and subscribe. We'll be here all weekend as far as I know, and then, of course, he's got some other races coming up, including the Hootenanny in a few weeks. Ryan Burkle and Ron Biondo. Biondo dialed in 468 in the dragster. Burkle, 598 in the Mustang. 2 thou between them at the start line, and it's going to be Burkle getting the wind light on the brake lights.
To be fair, Kyle, both those kids had to sit and wait through that. Yeah. I mean, I would just run it through. He did come up and kind of, I missed him a little bit. He came up with 89 in the first round. Yeah. And I know it's only a... Right. It's too much work to try to undo what they've done. I can't throw them back. No. They both stayed on some kind of equal time. Right. Neither one of them hit. Like I told him, I understand that maybe he was hot for a minute, but they just shut it off. You could have asked that. You could have asked that. 2 minutes from the time it started, how old did you get run? Where you're on the clock.
Tough break for Lindsey Biondo. Wind light gonna go to the dragster. 512 on the 506.
You're going to explain to Colton and up here that if that happens again and we do that, we should back John those off, back them out, be the last pair. I don't know. They might have been the last pair to begin with. I don't know.
That class, I don't think they were.
Yeah,
But regardless,
They got that much time.
yeah, it's still.
it was
Yeah.
more lanes. Like
And
there's
the thing is, they could have even seen that. They could have seen that in the staging lanes and hoped that the kid was going to stage on a bad dial where they could have complained and got put back in. And you don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know how people think about.
I have a little bit of other stuff that their car's running a digital dash. Did you ask IRA as of this year is illegal? They should not have any.
Digital dashes and juniors.
Yes. They don't want anything.
Oh, so
The issue is I got 3 sanctioning bodies with 3 different rules.
And you got people.
You have WDRA that doesn't care. You got NHRA that has stipulations, and this year IHRA says nothing. Not a digital dash, no visuals of anything.
how are they supposed to not pass it?
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree that digital dashes are so.
I don't agree with it to the point where, as long as it's not, I guess the point that I don't like is they had it last year, and then now they put us all on these like, what am I supposed to? Because it was I think they changed some of the wording this year.
Yeah.
But now it's like, so what am I supposed to do? Tell people that have put all this that they're able to.
I know it was good last year, but I know it was good last year, but you can't do it this year.
Right. That's pretty much what they're putting. Same with you got a guy now that's putting fuel tax on these that also is.
So again, the machine in the summit lane, Lindsey Biondo, unfortunately leaking a little stuff. So we got a little cleanup to do, and we'll be back at you in a minute. If you're serious about being in the winner's circle, then you need to be serious about Callie's Performance Products. Callie's crankshafts, camshafts, and connecting rods have grown to be the industry leader for innovative product design, along with Callie's value-added brand Compstar and the sister company Energy Manufacturing with billet blocks, cylinder heads, and intake manifolds. We think that Callie's will have the complete package for your next build. Be sure to visit Callie's online at callies.com or facebook.com/Callie's Performance. Chad Wright, CJW sponsored ride out 638, the Cleveland, Ohio based Nova, up against the Altered, piloted by Jerry Seibert out of Strasburg, Ohio, out in 586. Wright turns it red. Seibert's 001 to the good behind him. The Altered kind of doing altered things down there, 582 on the 586. Chad Wright was 29 red, 19th out over. Going to have to go see Marianne. Josh Elliott, 85 Mustang out of Brook Park, Ohio, 658 dialing for Elliott. Going to have Michael Shields altered chasing him down. Look at this, 3 altereds in a row. These guys must be buddies. All followed each other up in the same lane. Red light for Elliott. Another altered win for Michael Shield. 492 on the 494. Gets the win light. Elliott, 660 with a 3 on the 658. Brian Harvanek from Cheswick, Pennsylvania, the next altered. Up against a very unique hot rod. Karsten Nyerges, 723 dialing in the Beamer. Going to have that altered chasing him down. And it's going to be Nyerges getting the win light as Harvanek breaks out, gets there a little too much first. Corey Blackford back up in the Colt in top. Dialed 591 as he also is running bottom bulb. Running modified in this. Jacob Meinert in the dragster out of Jeanette, Pennsylvania. His car is sparkly. 2023 American. The family, the long series of Alaskan cars, always the best appearing rides, always fast. Right now, he's 16th down the hole against Blackford. Win light will go to Blackford. Another double breakout win light there. Blackford under by 6 thou. 12th thou under for Meinert. Buster Litton. Butler dialed in 615 to the dragster dialed in 482. Litton turns it red in the S10. 482 of the 7, so 27 dead 7 gets the job done on the Valley Auto Group side. Rab Trucking is one of the fastest automotive transportation and logistic companies in Ohio. Their fleet of car carriers provides safe, timely deliveries for dealerships, auctions, and private owners in over 15 states. Whether it's a vintage vehicle or a new model, Rab Trucking can arrange your next worry-free shipment today. For more information, go to rabtrucking, rabtrucking.com. Ryan Leisure, Paul Persinger, your next pair. Persinger from Ontario, Ohio, down 466. I don't know, that might make him semi-Canadian. 482 for Leisure out of Niles, Ohio. Leisure on the Summit side leaves first. Paul Persinger leaves better. And you see him down there working it, getting the win light. Leisure took 14. Had 2 thou to work with, but took too much by 2. Win light for Persinger. Heidi Seal. Heidi in the Camaro down 617. Going to get chased by Eric Thomas's Nova down 589. Heidi with the advantage at the starting line. Heidi's going to get the win light. Her 21 total locks out the 29 light of Thomas. He was dead 7 on that 589 dial-in, but again, 15 thou behind at the finish line. Landon Seal and John Lowry. Lowry out of Norwalk, 674 dial-in to a 569 for Seal. A Seal in the Nova, doing the chasing. Got 4 thou in his pocket versus Lowry. But Lowry's going to get the win light. Gets close to the dial, 18 thou margin of victory. He is 15, 1 over 5 getting the win light, 11, but 3 over 7 for Seal. Got behind. Don Kiger's S10 down in 634. The 594 for Brandon Butler in the Monty.
Okay, bud.
I know. Took my brain earlier today. Went down there to get my drink. Now it's my car farther back. I'll get some. They get me in good.
One hundo in the pocket of the S10. 8th thou at the finish line. Kiger, nicely done. 15, 1 over 4 gets the win over the 25, 1 over 3 of Butler. Heidi Wasco in the S10. I believe that's young Mr. Smith, Zach Smith in the dragster. 444 dial-in. Wasco patiently waiting in the pre-stage beam. And it's all Smith at the start line. Win light for Smith, 446 on the 444. 153. 46 dead, 8 will not get it done for Heidi. Chad Barton coming up next. 584 dial in for Barton. He's in the Vega getting ready to come out of the water. 466 for the dragster. And Barton is 10th out early on the let go. Dragster 14 the good, dead 2. Barton 10th out red, 16th out over the dial in. Going to have to go see Mary Ann about getting back in. Another dragster with no name. Like a horse with no name. 480 dial in up against the duster of Bill Baker.
She on the clock or what?
And Baker going to get the freebie as his opposition. Broke. Baker 19 of the good. Dials 570 goes. 56999. 1/10 out under the dial. Did not matter. He was you win anyhow by virtue of the competition by. Next up, John Vergatz Jr. and Rich Corey. Corey out of Clareton, Pennsylvania, is on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack, down 479. Vergat's out of Erie, Pennsylvania. Summit side of the racetrack, dialed 458. Those of you watching on Wire Designs Live on YouTube, left lane is the Summit lane, right lane is the Valley Auto Group side. Being, again, broadcast live through a camera that is looking through an Oakley sunglasses that is taped to the camera. Don't ask. Start line advantage, gonna go to Corey. Win light to Corey. He has a 14 total, takes the 23 light that Vergat's had and says, forget about it. Corey will be your winner. Justin Vickers, 654 dial-in for Vickers, the Battle Axe transmission, Vickers transmission, Battle Axe sponsored ride. 582 for Austin Lenz out of Wakeman, Ohio. Third generation racer of the Lenz family in the Buick.
So Kyle, when they empty 3 and 4, do you want me to call the bikes to 4? I'll need a 5 run.
And the wins for Lenz, 0007.
How about bikes? Is that Rick McWaters? I think that's Rick's number. What it is?
Shelly Elrod, American Race Cars Nova dialed in 598 to a 587 for the Roadster. Starting line advantage for the Roadster. Shelly going top gear only, trying to make something happen. Cannot do it. 12 dead, 5, 17 total. Gets the win light over Elrod. Darren Kralak and Travis Colangelo. Colangelo dialed in at 441. Again, another American Race Cars ride. You'll see them probably coming up in a parade. 525 for Kralak in the Summit lane. Cleveland, Ohio-based dragster. Colangelo is on the Valley Auto Group side, following Shelley. 0001 wrong side for Colangelo. It was 436 at 161. Coming up next week here at Dragway 42 will be the Ace Race, their first event of the year. You know, a lot of folks will be here for that. A lot of folks that are here already will be here for that next week, as well as some of our regular travelers. Stephen Miglitz and Brittany Ulmer, again, the other ride. Boy, Miglitz late letting go. It's going to be Brittany Ulmer getting the win light as Stephen is way late letting go of that button. And Brittany cruises to the easy W. Ryan Sparks out of Rochester, Michigan. 435 dial-in for Sparks. A quick ride, get ready to chase down the 626 of Jay Strauss in the Chevy S10 step side. And Strauss turns it red. Sparks 004. 34 with a 9 on the 435. Got that hot rod dialed in nicely. 27 with the 2 on the 626 for Strauss. Randy Biddle. 585 dial in for Biddle. To 605 for the S10. This S10 likes to hold on to the burnout smoke in the bed. And the red eye going on for the S10. Randy Biddle will be your winner. 83 with 8 on the 585. Shows his win light. Seth Hurst out of Milan. 577 dialing for Seth. Backing up after the burnout. Getting ready to face off against Jeff Hura. Collins, Ohio based 85 Camaro. 85.
I'm going to call bikes. Lane 4.
Liguori Drag Racing Motorcycle Sleds. Lane number 4. Your buy run is bike 324. I believe that's Mr. McWaters. Win light there going to go to Jeff Hura. 009 to a 12, but got closer to the dial. So again, we need our motorcycles to lane 4. This is a round 1 call. Liguori Drag Racing Motorcycles. Need you the staging lanes of this, please. Lane number 4, and again, potential buy. Bike number 324, Mr. Rick McWaters. Mr. Cycle Tech himself. So again, Liguori Drag Racing Motorcycles to lane 4, please. Caleb Smith, Dow 481. Twisted Motorsports ride coming up against Greg Fox in the Mustang. And it's going to be Caleb turning on his win light. Ron Foss next up in the Lucas, Ohio-based third-gen Camaro. Against, I believe that's Brittany Ulmer, dialed 643. And it's going to be Ulmer getting, excuse me, not Ulmer, Brittany DeMont. My bad. We have a few Brittany's here. Win light going to go to DeMont. 643 of the 1 on the 643 and a 23 light. Foss turned it red. Now here comes Mike DeMont. Getting ready to chase Brittany down the racetrack. Mike's down 580. Tiffin, Ohio based 89 Mustang against Dale Foss. Chasing his buddy, Ron Foss, down the racetrack. Down 437. Again, we need our motorcycles to lane 4. Motorcycles to lane 4.
straight quick here because you don't have a lot of motorcycles. You don't have a lot of juniors left, and then Sportsman. I have them all here. I don't know if he's got them.
Win light there is going to go to Mike DeMont. Matt Morton 574 to a 583 for Mr. Frazier.
I think he's got like 10 total.
And we need our juniors back. Juniors, need you back for your next round. Round 4 juniors. Your buy runs, 398C will have lane choice in beginners. Advanced potential buy is 514X. Master potential buy is 718. 005 for Frazier. Win light, though, gonna go to Matt Morton. Gets behind and gets the win light as Frazier breaks out. Raymond Hout, 576 dial in for Hout. He's in the Firebird against Lee Neumeyer's Vega down 563. Again, need our motorcycles to lane 4. Juniors, need you to lanes 1 for beginners, lanes 2 for the 890 for our advanced, lane 3 for our 790 masters class. And beginners in lane 1, advanced in lane 2, masters in lane 3. Let's go, juniors. 003 to a 20. Advantage going to go to Lee Neumeyer, and the Shelby native will be your winner. As he maths out Raymond Hout. 17 total. Hout had a 20 light. Hout got there first, but it was not going to work for him regardless. Next up, Scott Chitty in the Camaro down at 659. Against Bob Piper's 73 Dart down at 697. Double 0-1 to a 19. Got Pfeiffer up ahead, and it's going to be Pfeiffer. Lays down 2 total against Scott Chitty. 001 dead, 1 for Bob Pfeiffer. The next pair of dragsters, 440 dialing over on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. Going to be chasing Eric Bowman's 456. Bowman out of Columbus on the Summit side.
Got a lot of trail guys here too. I think you're paying $5,000 in top.
Bowman has the advantage by a couple hundo, and it's good enough to get him the win light. So he expands upon that lead at the finish line. 12 and a 457 with the 4 and the 56 gets the win. 442 with the 9 and a 440, and a 33 light will not. Dalton Eifer backing up after the burnout. Portage Lakes, Ohio based Chevy Nova. Little purge of the nitrous up there, just so you know. 549 dialing. 472 for Steve Butler out of Irwin, Pennsylvania. Hey, folks, if you are missing your phone, Tech has the phone. There's a missing phone that Tech now has. So if you're missing your phone, Tech probably has it, or maybe has it. Or maybe you just lost it at the bar last night. I don't know. $6 advantage going to go to the door car on this one. Winlight going to go to the dragster as Knifer. Man, I'll tell you, that was a tight race. He took 8. He's 10. Take 8 to be a little too far ahead. He was 4th thou under, and Butler was 2 thou under. Cam Atkins, $6.24 for Atkins. Up against the $5.92 of Joe Sochek Jr. Again, we do need our juniors back to the lanes. Juniors, we'll take you back to the lanes. $002 for Adkins. 0009 red for Sochek. Again, if round 1 didn't go the way you were thinking it was going to go, you can make your way on over to the she shed. Go see Marianne, and she'll get you back in with a slight purchase of a buyback. Mike Matty Jr. in the dragster. Mike Matty against Matty Gill. Down in 6-13, Matty out of Grafton. Mike Matty Jr. dialed 454. This is Matty versus Matty stuff. Matt T versus Matt E. And the red light for Matty. Matty will get the win light. 453 with a 2 on the 454 and 11 light for Mike Matty Jr. and Matty Gill. 6 red and 14 thou over. Rachel Reese out of Paynesville. $5.22 in for Rachel. Against the 453. Reese on the Valley Auto Group side, right side of the racetrack. Against Summit side, again, we'll be doing the chasing. Again, motorcycles, you should be in the lanes. Juniors, you should be in the lanes.
I'm going to call Sportsman buybacks.
And the win light is going to go Summit side as Rachel Reese turned it red. Sportsman buybacks. Sportsman buybacks. Buybacks only. Sportsman buybacks will take you to 5 and 6. Sportsman buybacks to 5 and 6, please. CJ Yeager and Dave Vickers. Dave, what a nice pass there, 006. And 2 over gets the win as CJ got down there. He was 12, but then got down there and bailed. He might have over bailed. But went like going to Vickers. Jaden Durst. $6.49 down into the 4.53. Again, we need Sportsman buybacks to 5 and 6. Sportsman buybacks to 5 and 6, please. Sportsman buybacks to 5 and 6. Buybacks only for Sportsman to 5 and 6. Thank you, Chris Van Balen.
Chris Van Balen is your Canadian. He's got the Daytona. He made his name. Van Balen's one of those guys that never comes up with his own name. So we got X4 and Micro Deck in the same.
Win light on that last pass. Gonna go to the dragster. 34 dead 1 gets the win over Jaden Durst. Another dragster with no name, 452 dial in. We did have a lot of folks rolling in literally last minute. Roy Coleman, gorgeous Mustang out of Warren, dialed in 603. It's a good looking ride. And again, we need Sportsman buybacks.
324. There you go.
And start line advantage going to go to the dragster. Will be the dragster. 453 with a 2 and a 009 light gets the job done. Coleman dead on with a 3, but the 44 light sealed the fate. Mike Willie. Corey Nolan, your next pair. Nolan out 736 in the SN95 Mustang. 585 for Mike Willie out of Valley City, Ohio. Again, we have called to the staging lanes. Sportsman buybacks. Just the buybacks at this point. Sportsman buybacks. Need you to the lanes at this time, please. Sportsman buybacks. Need you to the lanes at this time, please. Just fourth out between Nolan and the win light, though, going to Willie on the double breakout. Jose Diaz. Dale Klingeman. Klingeman out of Bristolville, Ohio, 69 Nova. Absolutely annihilating the tires. Three thou between Jose and Dale. And it's going to be Klingeman getting the win light. 609 with a 3 on the 608. Mason Fix in the butterscotch ride. Dragster having some issues.
They drove down here, his battery was dead. And they had to start it by hitting the manual trigger right by the motor. Well, plus they came down here, I had cons.
Oh, Mason Fix will get the freebie as his opposition breaks. So Fix will get the competition buy, and the actual buy is in the water. Fix goes after it. 728 dialing, 002 wrong side. 730, 91 miles an hour.
I could probably call the rest of Sportsman, right?
Again, we had called Sportsman buybacks. We'll take the rest of Sportsman to the lanes. I believe Alexis Farrow still sitting on the potential buy. A718. Sportsman, need you to the lanes, please. Sportsman to the lanes at this time. We already called the buybacks. We'll take the rest of Sportsman. Let's take him to the staging lanes, Sportsman. That'll end it for Mickey Thompson Tires Top. We now go into round number 1 of our Liguori drag racing motorcycle and sled class. Austin Pool Pool out of Mansfield, dialed 949 to the 814 for Steve Huckabee.
It says 4, Poore.
And Pool trying to hold him off, heading down to the quarter-mile finish line. It should be and will be Austin Pool. 9:54 on the 9:45 as Huckabee late, early, and still behind. Travis Shrimplinger down in at 12:70. Up against Denny Nygren out of Grafton, Ohio. I believe that's a Yamaha. A VMAX. Travis has the starting line advantage. They get down to the finish line. Nygren finds a way to make it work as Travis couldn't run the number. 11:92 on the 11:57 as Travis was about 7/10 over the dial-in.
Why is Rick Waters is up there? He's your guy. That's your guy on the starting line.
I guess they didn't chip draw.
Oh, the bikes are doing their own thing?
And McWaters, Rick, there you go. Win light will go to McWaters as McCoy breaks right off the line and just rolls her back. Tough break for McCoy.
There were 2 of them you had to pull off earlier. Bikers do their own thing. They don't really care what you're doing. They're running their own show.
The issue is one does this big one, and until I first season, like they're trying to win. And you're like having to pull five.
Bruce Miller and Jim Swanger coming up next. Swanger down 868. He's on the summit side of the racetrack. Get ready to chase after the Upper Sandusky native of Miller on the Valley Auto Group side. Dialed 945. Miller in and set. There's Swanger. And to the finish line they go. Looks like it's going to be the win light going to Bruce Miller as Swanger breaks out.
372 light was better than the 406 light.
Well, I saw this one sitting there when the Greg was green.
Yeah, both of them. It was like, that's hard to watch.
Again, Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman, round 2 in the lanes, ready to go. Sportsman, you should be in the lanes and ready to go, please.
Semi-conscious. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you? Pretty good.
Kurt Sokowski and Zach Gill. Gill dialed in at a 12:47. Eighth thou, the difference between the two of them. And the win light will go to Sokowski as Gill could not run the number.
Well, that's his fault for getting up late, so he's in with the regulars.
Yeah, the next. Well, we'll put buybacks in 1, 2, 3, and 4. Or once we get to a certain point.
For top.
Yeah. And then we'll probably just put the winners.
Yeah, because your next one is mod anyways.
Maybe I might just run the buyback. It is, but I don't know how far back they're going to go.
Yeah, mod will be 1 and 2 for buybacks, 3 and 4 for winners. So
yeah,
that'll be easy enough.
But that'll be top if you got 6 and need.
I would just give it X amount of time.
Yeah.
Because you'll be doing probably a little bit of lane. Well, maybe not at that point because you're getting low on juniors.
Right.
You really will only have, I believe, 2 finals coming up in juniors after this round. You'll have a final. You got final and 2 semis now, right?
Yeah. I believe, yeah.
So here's your final. Here is your final in our beginner class. Bentley Baird out in 1388 on Norwalk. The 1272 for Caden Voltman out of Amherst. Caden is on the Valley Auto Group side. Bentley is on the Summit side. And again, these Kurt, Dad Kurt, and Dad Brian, they are they know each other pretty well. These are guys that have been at the racetrack all their lives. So kind of cool to see their youngsters getting ready to face off in the final of our beginner class, brought to you by Summit, Basil Race Fuels, and Sunoco Race Fuel. And Brian's a busy guy right now. Right now, it's looking pretty good for Caden Voltman. And Voltman will be your winner. Caden Voltman, 1273 on the 1272. He had the biggest advantage at the starting line and gets it done at the finish line. Congratulations. Your winner in the beginner class today. And the got a slap of the hands with his buddy Kurt. Again, great job for Bentley Bear, but Caden Voltman will be your winner in the first in the first of the IHRA Super Series points. Now, Braden Bear as we get into the semifinals of our advanced class. Braden dialed 896 against Tyler Jacobs, dialed 890. Again, you see Brian behind Braden's car on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. Tyler Jacobs on the Summit side. Rolls it in deep. And turns it 009 wrong side. Braden Bear going to the final. He's believe Braden won championship here last year as well as at Summit Motorsports Park. So it's a bad dude. 9 flat on the 896. So it'll be Braden Bear facing off against Allie Hurst, his cousin. Allie out of Grafton, Ohio.
Because Brian Bear is married to a Hurst.
Yeah.
So it's all related.
about that in this year's banquet.
Yeah.
That's how
How they connected the whole group.
A little bit red there for Allie, but again, it'll be Allie and cousin Braden in the final. 9:09, 70 mile an hour. Now Ryan Goodman and Stephen Huckabee, your semifinals of the Masters class. Goodman dialed in 8:20. Sportsman, let's get in and get them buckled up. Sportsman, get in and get them buckled up, please. Sportsman, let's get ready to go. It's your turn.
You want me to go ahead and call by accident?
Right, we are going to call mod buybacks. Mod buybacks 1 and 2.
Modified buybacks to 1 and 2. 501 performance, modified buybacks to 1 and 2. Once again, 501 performance, modified buybacks will take you to 1 and 2. Stephen Huckabee and Ryan Goodman. Huckabee down there working the throttle return springs, but not enough. Double breakout wind light will go to Goodman. Goodman was 9th thou under. Huckabee was 17th thou under. Once again, 501 performance, modified buybacks to 1 and 2. Modified buybacks will take you to 1 and 2. So it'll be Ryan Goodman and Brooke Biddle looking to go back to back. 798 dial in for Biddle. Again, won here last week. Having a pretty good start to the season is Ms. Biddle. Biddle turns it a little bit red, but that's okay. It's a buy run. 788 on the 798 for Brooke Biddle. That'll do it for our juniors. We have 2 finals left in our juniors. Again, congratulations, young Mr. Vaultman getting the win in our beginner class. Once again, we have called to the staging lanes, modified buybacks. You're going to be putting them in lanes 1 and 2. Modified buybacks, you'll be putting them in lanes 1 and 2. Chris Elliott and Jeremy Murray going to start out. Elliott dialed 1167 in the Mustang. Going to be chasing the Neon. Dialed 1487.
Who's my round 2 buy in mod?
Murray trying to hold him off the top end. Double breakout win light going to Jeremy Murray. He gets himself into round 3. Bob Deal and Ashley Strauss, your next pair. Strauss going to roll it deep in the Camaro. Dow 1377.
Status 9. 9. What'd you say for top? Austin Lens for top. Got it.
Win light there on the last one going to Ashley Strauss. On a substantial double breakout for both sides. Kyle Penn and Jeff Houston, your next pair. Houston piloting the Z28, now 1298. Penn out of Tarentum, Pennsylvania, Dow 1207 in the Charger. Advantage going to go to the Z28, trying to hold him off at the top end. It's going to be the win light going to Jeff Houston. 13 flat on the 1298, a 006 light. Penn got down there and just tried getting a little more behind, but it was a moot point at that point. Next up, Mitch Williams in the Duster. 1193 down against Marty Bailey out of Wellington. Marty Party dialed in at 1377. And Williams, 006 on the wrong side, going to bow out. On the Sportsman side, win light for Bailey, 1381 on the 77. Jim Ponzocha, let's go with that one. In the pickup truck, down 1623. Brian Blum in the Camaro will be dialed in at 1160. Ponzocha out of Oberlin, Ohio. 2010 Ford F-150. Again, we have called to the staging lanes at this time. Mod buybacks. You should be heading into lanes 1 and 2. Mod buybacks to lanes 1 and 2. Mod buybacks to 1 and 2. And the red light for Blum. And he's going to need a hug after that one. Ponchosa will be your winner. Ponzocha? I don't know. 1620 on the 23. Scott Chitty and John McEwen. McEwen dialed 1189 in that beautiful Nova. Against Chitty Stepside S10 dialed in 1161. Well, the red eye this time for John McEwen, going to give Scott Chitty the win light. Chitty dialed in at 1161, goes 1155 with a 7. Next up, Rich Penn, Tarentum, Pennsylvania, the Firebird, 1190 dial in. 1199 for Rob Porter. Cuyahoga Falls based 74 Pontiac Grand Prix. And this should be Rich Penn. It will be Rich Penn as Porter a little late letting go. Kayla Penn down 11.62. And the Durango Hellcat to 11.85 for the S10. Penn on the brake pedal, but gets beat. Maybe a little too much brake pedal. Wind light will go to the S10, 11.85. Dead on with a 2, getting the wind light. Again, we need modified buybacks to 1 and 2. Mod buybacks to 1 and 2. If you have not gotten there yet, you should do so now. Modified buybacks to 1 and 2. Josh Houston, Massillon, Ohio, the home base for his Firebird. 2000 Trans Am up against Hayden Gates. Gates in the El Camino Dow 1289.
You want winners? He's probably still going to get some stragglers. You can just see if you can.
Yeah, we're gonna put them in 3 and 4.
Yeah.
And as they head to the top end, Houston has the starting line advantage. Wind light will go to Gates as breakout for John Houston. Alexis Farrow and Mark Folk. Final pair. And the red light for Farrow, going to give the wind light to Mark Folk. And at this time, modified winners to 3 and 4. Modified winners to 3 and 4. If you are a modified buyback and haven't gotten back there yet, make sure you identify yourself and hand your ticket off to the rear staging guy so he can put you into 1 and 2. Modified winners to 3 and 4. Sitting on the potential buy, card number 9, Matt Daddis.
Yeah, Falk 1167 at 126 miles an hour.
Never fails. Maybe he doesn't have a low gear.
He has a lot of gears. I'm not even talking about the car.
Yeah.
And again, we do need our modified winners. Modified winners will take you to 3 and 4. And again, if you're a buyback that hasn't gotten back yet for modified, make sure you identify yourself to the rear staging official, and he will get you into 1 and 2 after you give him your ticket of shame.
They're gonna take that other one home and work on it. I think I gotta get another part.
Wow.
It's too rainy this past week to come out here other than Monday. And Monday I'm off. I'm gonna try to be.
You don't want to do anything. That's kind of like me at this point. Like I said, I had a 3-day weekend coming up this weekend till last Saturday. Then,
I don't understand how he can get out. I guess he didn't get a new job.
oh, so he's not able to get here as often or at all?
Maybe supposed to be.
Originally he told Molly he was doing all this year. I don't know what happened. But I mean, he was here last weekend.
Like I said, I can do so many.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's,
I don't think he can't. Like I said, he'd already started that job and he was here last week. But he's been here a couple.
yeah, I was like, I was like, you want to work? And I'm like, I love my 3-day weekend. And my wallet said, excuse me, I'd like to be fed. You can come on and do that there. I've got a station wagon in this driveway that's asking for more help.
Money.
I had it running really good at the end of last year before I put it away. I pull it out this year and it doesn't want to run at all. And I'm like, stupid car. I need to send it to somebody with more skills than me right now to look at some stuff. I'm looking at like a timing chain possibility. I've never done a timing chain, never had to. And I started looking online at some of the stuff and I was like, I don't have that tool.
Yeah.
I don't have that tool. I don't know if I have that patience.
Yeah.
And I could get it apart. I'm afraid to get back together.
That's sort of the way I am with that printer.
I can get it apart. I'm afraid I'll get it apart and I'll have it in a spot where I'm going to have it towed to somebody to just fix the damn thing anyway. So I might as well let somebody fix it in the first place.
Yeah.
Acquire some parts and get it together.
Yeah, I'm assuming that screw only gets stripped when somebody twists it while it's still in the printer.
I think it got, yeah.
Because that's like,
It
I
got
know it doesn't.
broke when I think they were trying to figure out what the heck's going on with it. Well, that and this new printer didn't have the same plug, so I had to take the one part out of that. A serial cable for it. So.
Yeah, he does.
I guess it was good because it wasn't plug and play like I thought it was just going to be.
Do what?
I said I guess it was good we got it because it wasn't just plug and play like I thought.
Oh.
That one had they run off RS-232, so like serial.
Yeah.
And I opened up this one and it's a USB, but they have it has two screws on like a little card slot that you pull out of the board. So I just swapped. So now I gotta get this part that fits that printer and the serial. That way I don't have to flip flop.
Beard just asked me, he says, is this Colt high gear only or anything silly? I'm like, no, just kind of silly.
Or like dragster box.
I mean, if you
even verified that I remember one person when we announced
the dragsters are allowed in the class.
Well, it doesn't say anywhere where it's not.
Right.
And then the other reason he's running the no box is because if it's the person that I think messaged us right when we announced it, is he doesn't want to pay $150.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I look at the big picture. You always come out here thinking you're going to win. So what's the payoff, man?
Comes Rodney Kirk out of Canton, Ohio, 1969 Olds. Going to start things off. Dialed in 709. 823 for Jason Fitzpatrick out of Marengo in the 4th Gen Camaro.
That's sort of how.
I'm going to guess it's a 1996 Camaro because that's his number. Double 03, the Chainsaw Massacre just cuts down the tree. Gets the win. Rodney Kirk lays down 8 total. 34 dead, 7 for Fitzpatrick. Was just a spectator on that run pretty much. The lovely and talented Eddie Bull, a.k.a. Brian Yeager, a.k.a. Brewster, dialed in 644. 621 for Russ Flug out of Berea, Ohio. Flug in and set the Indian Summer Ride. Fourth out between him and the CJW sponsored hot rod. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Brian Yeager getting the win light. 645 of the 5 on the 644. 15th out margin of victory for the win. Jim Casey, 66 Chevelle out of Greenwich, Ohio. 637 dialing for Casey. Going to be chasing Jeremy Porter's 74 Ventura. Dialed 672.
Would it mess the juniors up when we call them back for their final to put them in 5 and 6? And that way we'll start. And then we can just stack them up on it.
Win light there going to go to Jim Casey. Jeremy Porter went red first.
Do what? Put them in 5 and 6.
Only got 4 cars.
Michael Beard and Corey Blackford, Battle of the Mopars. Coming up, Beard dialed in 667 in the Volare. Coming in from Galloway, Ohio. Blackford out of Toledo in the Dodge Colt. Double 005 for Beard, 008 red for Corey Blackford. Beard going to round 2. 666 with the 5 on the 667. 008 red, dead 0 for Blackford. He was ready to party. Just let go a little early. Chad Schweitzer and Jacob here are your next pair. Schweitzer dialed in at a 601 for Chad. 710 for Jacob.
Same one. Supposedly, when you're on the live feed, they're still hearing it even when you have the mic on.
Are people hearing it or what? He said that shouldn't catch us.
I'll try to pull it up.
I have it up, but I keep the volume down so I don't hear me. If that's the case, we might need to get TJ up here.
Steve Chukowski and Mandy Delarick. Mandy dialed in 703 to a 670 for Chukowski in the stick shifted ride.
Oh, they might. Sounds like they can hear you. You can fix it.
003 wrong side for Mandy. Win light going to be Chukowski getting the win light.
Hold it up so you can like just say something else with it off. What?
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's the mic on the camera, I do believe.
Josh Adkins and Bob Adamski. Woo. 0005. But still not getting the win light as Adamski is under by a 10th. Win light will go to Josh Adkins. Anti-roll bar would be his friend. Anthony Mosley and Mark Frazier coming up next. 582 dial in for Frazier. Anthony Mosley gets beat. Win light going to Mark Frazier. Next pair, Tom Jenkins. Thomas in this battle of Fox Body Mustangs. 640 dial in to 649 for Melanie Dumont. Win light is going to go to Thomas Jenkins. Dumont is red. Probably fortunate for Jenkins, who was a little late letting go, but goes 41 with a 0 on the 40. One red, dead one. Oh, for Melanie. Skirt Vickers and Pete Wilder. Pete turns at 6 thou red. 008 to the good for Justin Vickers. 652 on the 59. Yeah, he's holding a little. What else is new? Mike Willie. Willie dialed in 634 to the 630 for the CUDA. So Willie in the pickup truck, the Performance sponsored hot rod. Right now, start line advantage going to go to the Mopar. Win light going to go to the Mopar. 632 with a 0 on the 630. As Willie broke out to still be behind. Wayne Kaiser, Gibsonburg, Ohio, base 65 Mustang. Good looking little ride. Up against the equally sweet Mopar piloted by Tom Molich out of Lorraine, 1970 GTX. And the Mopar trying to hold off the Mustang. He should. And he does. 720 at 85 miles an hour, as Kaiser was a little late getting off the start line and could not run the number. Mike Morek, all sixes on the dial-in board. Moving up in the 72 swinger out of Stowe, Ohio. I stopped at the Handel's Ice Cream in Stowe last week, and let me tell you something. If you get a banana split from there, you better be hungry. $766 dial-in for the S10. Morek, no ice cream for you. He turns it red. Win light for the S10. Ryan Biddle coming up next. Biddle against J.P. Schuster.
I'm going to go ahead and call junior final.
We'll take our junior finals. Junior finals, we need our advanced finals to 5 and our masters finals to 6. 5 and 6 juniors. 3 thou difference between JP and Biddle. Win light will go to JP Schuster. 11th thou margin at the finish line. Once again, we'll take our junior finals to the lanes, please. And juniors, we need our advanced finals. You'll go to lane number 5. Masters finals, you'll go to lane number 6. Advanced finals to lane 5. Masters finals to lane 6. Mark Folk and Tim Molich. 65 Belvedere Molich chasing after the Hornet. Win light will go to Molich. Double breakout win light going to Tim. Robert Richard and Mark Tamalo, your next pair. Tamalo's Vega down 686. Going to have the little S10 of Robert Richard. Told me that was his first win light turned on in a big race car, like a race car. He's won in juniors and street cars. Now he's trying to turn on his second win light. Can he double the number of win lights? And he does. Dead on with a 4. Had a couple hundreds in his pocket. Gets the win light. Tamalo broke out and was still 4 thou behind. Nice job by Robert Richard. John Gregory, 587 dial-in against John Bailey, dialed 672. So John versus John. Again, we need our junior finals. Advanced final to lane 5, masters final to lane 6. Advanced final to lane 5, masters final to lane 6. Bailey and Gregory. Gregory's got 15 thou in the pocket. Double breakout win light, 3 thou under to 7 thou under goes to John Gregory over John Bailey. Jeff Hura and Paul Stevens, your next pair. Hura dialed in 631 in the Camaro. Out of Collins, Ohio, 686 for Stevens in the 78 Malibu. And the win light will go to Hura. As he gets behind and watches the win light come on, Stevens could not get rid of enough down there and breaks out. Brent Matthews in the Mustang down 6:35. Going to have Rory Furr out of North Robinson, Ohio, in the dragster chasing him down 5:21. As they head down to the top end, it's going to be the long, skinny car getting the win. Brent Matthews had 2 thou to play with. Unfortunately, he took 1 thou extra. Hands the win to Rory Furr. Rob McRae and Deb Litton in the Disco Nova. McRae and Litton, and it's going to be Litton getting the win light on the double breakout. 9 thou under to 200s under for McRae. Tom Reed and Brandon Butler, your next pair.
Who's that? Oh, yeah. I messaged TJ. He's coming.
Two to a 10 advantage. Gonna go to Brandon Butler in the Monte Carlo. Gets the win light. Another double breakout W coming up to Brandon Butler. TJ Cost and Joe Miller. Win light will go to TJ Cost. 48 dead 8 gets the win over the 006 wrong side. Kevin Burns and John Lowry. Good side-by-side race happening here. Win light is going to go to Burnsy.
Hey, Kyle, I'm calling your top buybacks.
Top buybacks. Top buybacks need you to 1 and 2. Top buybacks to 1 and 2. Top buybacks to 1 and 2. At this time, please, we are looking for one more of our juniors. Top buybacks, we need you to 1 and 2. We are still short a junior for our finals. We need one more junior for our finals, but we need our top buybacks to 1 and 2. Again, our junior finals should be advanced in 5. Junior final should be advanced in 5, and lane number 6 is our Masters final. As Jose Diaz getting the win on that last pass over Ryan Roberts. Mitch Williams and Scott Wasco coming up next. Again, we are missing, I think, a junior. We're missing one of our juniors for the finals. We need you here, need you now. It's almost your turn. Win light there going to go to Scott Wasco over Mitch Williams. Next pair up, Jaden Durst and Dave Morishan. Again, we have called our junior finals. Up to the lanes, please.
We're missing a kid, aren't we? I only see 3 cars. Oh, there it is. There they go.
Next time we can catch some. You see,
Win light there, going to go to Morishan. 22, dead 2, getting the win light. Mathing out Jaden Durst. Melissa Quast and Todd Schweitzer. Quast out of Columbus, 1968 Dart. Quast family, a long-time runners of a lot of the Mopar races you see around there. $667 and $598 for Schweitzer. And it's going to be a win light for Quast as Schweitzer goes red. Once again, we need our top buybacks to 1 and 2. Top buybacks to 1 and 2, please. Top buybacks to 1 and 2, please. The Plum Indian ride of Jim Seaman. $624 dial into the 612 for Jim Carnett. Not Jim Cornette, or it might be Jim Cornette. No, regardless, 10th out red, that's going to give Jim Seaman the win. Amy Reed and Candace Socek. Candace, listen to me. I can already hear Joe cussing me out from the pits. Cadence Socek. Sorry, Cadence. I blame Kyle. 643 dial in for Cadence in the Nova. Kyle's like, everybody's blaming me for everything else, man. Leave me alone for a minute. Right now, in the battle of the young ladies, Amy Reed all over Cadence at the start line. And it will be Amy Reed laying down 16 total. Not even, I think she was 10 and 2 down there. She wasn't even looking over. Mike Dumont and Mason Fix. Fix and Butterscotch dialed in 730, 580 for Mike Dumont. Going to be waiting a full tree, 1.5 seconds on that little Dodge Dart.
Ricky Kayette and CJ. Dingleberries. And that's what, in both those guys, that's what they do.
Red light for Mike Dumont. Mason Fix will be your winner for the New Yorker. CJ Yeager and Ricky Kayette. Kayette dialed in a 599 to a 715 for Siege. West Salem, Ohio, the home base. And it's going to be the win light going to CJ. Ricky turns at 4th thou red. CJ, 713 on the 715. And Matt Daddis doing the John Force burnout. So again, we have called to the staging lanes at this time. Top buybacks. Top buybacks. Need you to the lanes, please. Top buybacks. Need you to the lanes, please. Top buybacks. You're starting them in 1 and 2. Let's go. Top buybacks.
If there was any way, Kyle, that you could actually just keep running them, even though it'll get a little deep, Keep running them in 1 and 2.
Yeah. I cut you off. My bad. No, I cut you. Sorry. Or you. Sorry.
Daddis with the 139. A huge wheelie for Matt Daddis. Wow. 005.
Out lanes 1 and 2. Don't cut them off and put them in 3 and 4. Run them out the back because then we're going to put winners in 3, 4, 5, and 6.
So you figure not everybody will buy that. Most of them will.
Saturday should be high. Hopefully next Sunday. Percentages go back down.
If everybody stopped going to the damn right lane, it'd be all right.
Right.
So here comes your last two junior finals of the day in the Summit Racing Equipment, Basil Race Fuels, Sunoco Race Fuels Juniors class. Allie Hurst and Braden Bear, they're cousins. Allie is on the Summit side of the racetrack, 898 dial in. Up against Braden Bear out of Norwalk, Ohio. He is the reigning advanced champ here and at Summit Motorsports Park. He's dialed 9 flat. He had a pretty solid year last year and looks like he's trying to pick up where he left off. And the starting line and reaction time gonna go to Allie Hurst. Finish line, it's gonna be Allie Hurst getting the win over Braden Bear. 3-thou margin of victory for Allie Hurst. Great driving at both ends of the racetrack. Allie Hurst is your advanced winner. That was a fantastic final right there in our junior advanced class. Now Ryan Goodman and Brooke Biddle. Again, Brooke won last week out here and has, that was a non-points race, just getting kind of warmed up with our box, no box, and index stuff last week. And there she is again here in the final on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack, down 790, going to chase Ryan Goodman's 818. Biddle in and set. Goodman ready to go. Biddle's been pretty good today. Kind of missed it there. Win light is going to go to Ryan Goodman. The better light. And the win light going to go to Goodman. Again, top buybacks. You're in 1 and 2. Top buybacks. You're in 1 and 2. Going to do a little work on the racing surface, then we'll get back to you in a minute. Top buybacks, you're in 1 and 2. Stack them up, guys. And, you know, the left lane works just as well as the right lane, to be honest with you. Top buybacks to 1 and 2.
You guys are trying to ruin my plan, man.
That's the only part doing this after we knew. After this was designed and built that I wish I had.
A couple more lanes. Yeah. I mean, your lanes are plenty long enough.
They're long enough, like I see.
It's a lot easier to sort class.
Well, there's that, and then I see, you know, some tracks they'll post, you know, slicks will do 1, 2, this like before they've been at the race. I'm thinking I got to use different same lanes for multiple things.
Can you re-engineer some of this spot here to maybe get another lane or two out of it?
Maybe a little bit, but not much because you have these storm drains.
Yeah.
I got a drain right where that golf cart's at, up there, that red golf cart.
Yeah.
Big storm drain there, and you can't make without.
And you're stuck against the wall over there, which is already a crossover lane that you need.
Not saying it's not feasible with time and money.
Not your time and not your money.
Well, they might be in our time.
No, I'm saying not your time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
The other issues you get is when the way it's designed like this is the wider you make it back there, the harder the hook is going to be for here too. A little bit.
I mean, if you did that, you'd have to kind of widen it up down here too a little bit.
Yeah.
Which, like you said, when they're turning out of the, it gets a little tight. Just ban dragsters and it'll be fine.
But I mean,
you want your winners?
There's some unknown. I mean, yes. Yeah. I'm hesitant on what the heck I'm talking here because, but like I said, him buying that, and we were also talking about how we don't have a whole lot. You know, at night it's bad for us because you know if we want to say for any kind of Friday night, we really don't want to open the gate.
Right.
But people are traveling, so we got to get them on the highway. So with them doing this and having all the stores off, I don't know. Then we don't have enough over here, but we can watch that.
Yeah, there's options. There's potential options.
Yeah. Long term.
I like the way this is laid out here, but yeah, I always wish for 2 more lanes whenever I'm helping you guys run a race.
Yeah. Same here, like I said. We'll see.
So again, we have called our Mickey Thompson top buybacks. You should be 1 and 2. We will take Mickey Thompson top winners. Start them in 3 and 4 and go to 5 and 6 as necessary. Mickey Thompson winners. Mickey Thompson winners. We need you to 3 and 4. Buybacks to 1 and 2. Winners to 3 and 4. Mickey Thompson top. Buybacks to 1 and 2. Mickey Thompson top. Winners to 3 and 4. Let's go, Mickey Thompson top. Hey, juniors, just so you know, when it is ready, I'll let you know. The junior payout will be at the shed, but she needs about 10 more minutes, please. So hang tight. Junior payout will be ready in just a bit. I'll give you a holla. I'd say about 10 more minutes, so don't go bugging Mary Ann for another 10 minutes or so. So again, we have called Mickey Thompson top winners to 3 and 4. Mickey Thompson top winners to 3 and 4. Mickey Thompson top buybacks. You should be in 1 and 2. And they've still got room for you in 1 and 2. So winners to 3 and 4. Top winners to 3 and 4. Top buybacks to 1 and 2. Sitting on the potential buy in round number 2 of Mickey Thompson top is Austin Lenz, 3X58. Good job, Austin. Rice Diesel has a team of skilled mechanics that'll service your diesel truck with a modification, maintenance, or repairs to suit your daily driving, towing, drag racing, or truck pulling needs. To learn more, visit ricediesel.com. So, wait a minute, Kyle. Let me get this right. Next week is the Ace race. Is it 2 weeks? You got to pull. And then back for points in 3 weeks. So, folks, all the entertainment you could ever want. Dragway 42 next week is our Ace race. The following week is a tractor pull. And if you've never attended one, I haven't, I understand they're a great time, and some of the better ones in the region, as well as in 3 weeks we're back for another points race.
We'll both forget by tomorrow, so somebody will have to remind us. Well, I bet you they'll get the answer out there too, and then your boss will
Matthew Summers out of Galion, Ohio, 1954 Bel Air. Sweet, sweet hot rod now at 6:07. Against the Bob George Racing Monte Carlo, piloted by Brandon Butler. And the red eye, 5 thou early for Butler. Summers dialed 6:07, 12 to the good, dead 3 for 15 total. So again, we have called top winners to 3 and 4. Top winners to 3 and 4 at this time, please. Top winners will take you to 3 and 4.
John Boy's still your photographer, right? Forever and ever, amen? So he tells us that he doesn't want to do it anymore. He does good work, man. I appreciate it. I know he's low block compared to a lot of these other guys, but man, that guy busts his ass. Yeah. He takes good pictures of my stuff.
Ron Foss and Josh Elliott. Elliott's Mustang has the starting line advantage for the Brook Park native, and it's going to be Elliott on the double breakout over Ron Foss. Got John Boy out there taking pictures. What's up, John Boy? Yeah, he can't hear me. I hope he has hearing protection, and that guy busts his tail. If you need a picture of your hot rod here at Dragway 42, John Boy more than likely has it. That's what he does, kids. Nate Burns, the supercharged Camaro, dialed in 5 flat out of Fostoria, Ohio, against Matty Gill, 6:14 in the S10. Burns, that is a neat ride, man. Five to a 10, good side-by-side race. It's going to be Burns. 0.008 margin of victory. Burns 005. 501 with a 2 gets the win over the 10, and 614 with an 8. Had to go to the 4th digit and give the win to Nate Burns. Jeff Gates in the Ranchero, 636 dialing for the Republic, Ohio native. 1965 vintage, the Falcon version of the Ranchero. Up against Courtney Gerzay, dialed in 415. Vermillion, Ohio, the home base of that quick ride. Second quickest ride on the property. She is about a 9th thou quicker than her brother and about a 10th slower than our fastest car, Mr. McBride. Identical reaction times. Finish line comes up. It's going to go to Jeff Gates. 26 dead 2 beats the 25 and 1/1 of Courtney Grisey. 008 margin of victory for Gates. Don Bowes and Chad Wright coming up next. CGW sponsored ride dialed in 638 for Chad out of Cleveland, Ohio. Summit Racing helping him out up against the Adkins chassis ride of John Bowes dialed 480. And Chad rolls forward out of the beams. Wind light going to go to John Bowes.
He rolled forward out of the beam. You can see it move forward.
Growing pains.
All right, let's fix this.
All right. Test.
We're doing what kind of test? Can you hear me on that stuff? Can you hear me over there? Mary Ann said they were catching parts of our conversation up here.
Oh, they have the live feed on, like,
Yeah.
at the booth or whatever.
Yeah, somebody could hear the live feed of us talking too. That's what heard. I don't think it was coming through this. I don't think
No, it won't come through that.
it's coming through that.
Yeah, I just turned it down. Yo! Guys. Oh, no.
Dennis Rock and Jacob Meinert. Yeah, that's dangerous. But TJ understands that. Dennis dialed in 459 for the Rocco machine ride. 464 for Jacob Meinert. 3 to an 11. Meinert trying to hold him off. Gets the job done on a double breakout win light over Dennis Rock. Jeff Smith out there watching. My buddy Jeff, former Summit Motorsports Park employee. My brother, good to see you out there, Jeff. Hey, Nick, how you doing? And it's going to be Greg Fox getting the win light on the red light for Ryan Lazier. Nick, the announcer out there watching. Shiloh Speed Shop as well. What's up out there watching on the Wire Design live YouTube channel? Folks, again, keep your eyes on this. Those of you that are out there watching Wire Design live, that are watching this Dragway 42 IHRA Super Series points race, you might want to check out and subscribe to this channel, because let's just say that's going to be happening a little more often.
Yeah, it's a lot of irons in the fire to get this better.
9 to a 5. And it's going to be the win light going to Timmy McGuire. He is 10 total, getting the win over Landon Seal. Well, Balser and Eric Thomas. Balser dialed in 676 to a 585 for Thomas. And big advantage for Thomas. Should be Thomas. Oh, no. Eric Thomas gave that back, and he will not be happy. Win light will go to Balser. Gave it back by 2 thou. Jason Hill in the dragster against Eric Bennett. Bennett, the 1965 Dodge Dart, now 553. Again, those of you watching also on Wired Designs Live, also, if you could like the stream and subscribe to the page. Again, you're going to be getting some more of this live stream stuff. I can tell you the hoot is coming through here, and you're probably going to see a few other races this year, if not more. Keep your eye on Wire Design Live. It is worth subscribing to. Eric Bennett wheels up lead, but he's 100th behind Jason Hill. Win light going to go to Bennett, though, as Hill could not run the number. Bennett eases through 5:57 on the 53. Jason Hill dialed 470, but went 5:18. Eric looked over and went, "Where is he?" "No, he ain't there. I better stop." Brian Harvanek in the altered out of Cheswick, Pennsylvania, 576 dial-in. Going to have the Malibu of Dennis Hall chasing him down. Dennis, 1 thou early. Going to hand the win over to Harvanek. 1 thou red, dead 6. Puts it away for the day. But again, we're racing tomorrow for IHRA Super Series Points Day number 2 tomorrow. So y'all don't have to go anywhere except right here. Tom Tarek, the Morrowsville Missile. Dialed in 588 in the Falcon out of Gibsonia, Pennsylvania. Against Uniontown, Ohio's Scott Chitty in the Camaro, the Mr. 7-0 himself. How many championships does Scott have in 7-0? All of them, pretty much? And he was in the 750 guy, too, wasn't he, when we were doing that? Yeah. Tarek cuts him in half at the start line. Not for real. That'd be messy. But the win light going to go to Chitty as Tarek gets there too quickly. Needed a little slight more application of the short fat pedal. Dalton Knifer and Chad Barton, your next pair. Barton out there in the Vega. Dialed 585. Going to have Knifer's nitrous assisted unit dialed 548. He purges the nitrous, but I'm pretty sure that's just in case use for Dalton. Absolutely massive group of racers here in Mickey Thompson Top going after a $5,000 Wire Design sponsored big check. Barton has got a hundo in his pocket against Knifer. Knifer got there first, broke out in the process. He was left a little bit of room, and by a little bit, I mean 7/10 thou. Well, that's room. Chad Barton, though, will be your winner. Corey Nolan, 735 dial-in. Corey, I believe, out of Upper Sandusky or Bucyrus or somewhere out there. I'm just going to say Brandon. Brandon trying to catch up to Corey. Gets the job done. 30 dead, 0. Your winner. Corey Nolan broke out and was still behind by 17 thou. Buster Litton and Dale Foss, your next pair. Foss in the dragster. Backing up on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. Dialed 438. 614 for Litton out of Arcadia, Ohio. In the S10. Flying the stars and stripes on the back. And again, folks, we will be back here tomorrow on Wire Design Live on YouTube. I know TJ will share the link, and I will as well. Start line advantage going to go to Foss. That thing is a rocket ship, man. 438 on the 438, running dead 6, getting the wind light lit and dead on with a 1, but gave it up the start line, got 19 behind at the finish line. John Vergatz Jr., 459 dialing for Vergatz against Roy Coleman, 603. One to a 7, win light. Vergatz lays down 8 total. Coleman, 7 and 7th thou under. Thanks for playing. Jamie McBride, 407, fastest car on the property today. McBride dialed in on the Summit side of the racetrack. Going to chase down Rachel Reese out of Painesville, dialed 523. So Reese in and pre-staged, as is McBride. And the win light will go to McBride, 414 at 156, as Reese was a 10th and a half over the dial. Frank Brink and Stephen Miglitz coming up next. Brink dialed 452 to a 472 for Miglitz. Frank is on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. Miglitz dialed in 472 out of Sheffield Lake. He is on the Summit side. Bullseyes, Firearm and Gun Vault sponsored ride. Going to be doing the chasing. 003, Brank in charge and a large. Get the win light. Miglitz got there first, had to break out to make it happen. Ron Biondo, 468 dial in for Ron. Macedonia, the home base. He is up against Jay Strauss out of Amherst, out 627. Well, Strauss is going to get the win, and Ron Biondo is going to need a hug. And probably an adult beverage or two. Win light will go to Jay Strauss. Kevin Burns and Seth Hurst, your next pair. Hurst dialed in 581 in the dragster. 688 for Burns. .003 and .005. Burns and Hurst to the finish line they go. It's going to be the win light going to Kevin Burns as Hurst breaks out by a bunch on the double breakout. Burns was 14th thou under. Hurst was a lot under, about 500s. Raymond Hout and Heidi Wesco, your next pair. Heidi's dialed in 634. Columbia Station, Ohio, based S10 against Raymond Hout. And that iconic Firebird of his dialed in 574. He's been around a minute in that hot rod. Don't think it's really changed much in the many years that I've been watching it go down the racetrack with Raymond piloting it. There's another guy that's going to need a big-time hug. Heidi Wasco will be your winner. As Hout turns at 3 thou red. Max Butcher dialed in 440. Butcher up against Shelly Elrod in the American Race Cars ride, dialed in 598. Win light for Shelly Elrod. Travis Colangelo, 436 dial in. American Race Cars dialed in up on the Valley Auto Group side. Summit side is Skirt Vickers, dialed in 652. Vickers Transmissions, Battle Axe Transmission. Oh, that's right. No brag, just fact performance. That's a tough one to get out, but I dig it. I like what he's doing. Boy, Travis goes out and rides the line and gets the win light. My goodness. Well, you know, he builds them. He said, I built this car. I know what it'll do. Agripiro Serrano and C.J. Yeager, your next pair. Agripiro dialed in 481. They've been having a bit of a struggle today with this hot rod. And I think the struggle might be continuing. Nope, he's coming backwards. C.J. Yeager, Opus Engineering, CJW, and Hoot Nanny sponsored ride, waiting patiently in the water with the 713 dial in. So CJ and Agrapiro. Win light will go to CJ Yeager. 7-11 on the 7-13. Joe Socek Jr. and Jose Diaz. The Nova dialed in 592 to the 560 for the high gear only. Twin turbo LS ride of Jose. 3 thou between Jose and Joe. It's going to be Jose getting the win over Joe as Socek breaks out by 2 hundo. Rough day for the Socek team. Jaden Durst and Brittany Ulmer. Another one of the American Race Cars rides. Ulmer out of Polk Clinton dialed in at 474. Jaden dialed in 648 out of Fostoria. Identical reaction times for Ulmer and Durst. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Durst getting the win light. Ulmer took 22, needed to take 18 or less. Good job there for Jaden Durst. Getting behind, gets the win light. Now Ryan Sparks backing up after his burnout. Throwing up a 435 dial in for the Rochester, Michigan native. Jim Stevens dialed 567 in the Camaro. Once again, those of you out there, yeah, Nick, you had to do that work thing. Jim Stevens, 005 wrong side. Ryan Sparks will be your winner, 434 the 3 on the 435. 5 red, dead, 0. Tough break for Stevens. Once again, if you are watching on the Wire Design Live channel, could you please, A, reach up there and hit that little upturned thumb for the thumbs up? We'd really appreciate it. And also, there's that little bell. It says subscribe. Subscribe to Wire Design Live because, again, you're going to want to keep an eye on Wire Design Live for what's to come. At least a couple of races planned already this year for that to be a part of, as well as possibly more. 20 to a 30 at the hit. Advantage Schweitzer, win light. Schweitzer 601 with a 0 on the 6 flat. Margin of victory less than a 10,000th of a second. That was 20 and 1 over 0 beating 30. And 1 over 9. It had to go to 4 digits. Quad 0 margins. Yeah, 0.0201. Yeah, I'm doing the math, and it lines up to nothing. Rick Sutton and Kara Jo Brank, your next pair. Rick in the Chevelle out of Baltimore, Ohio, out 598. 462 for Kara Jo, piloting the dragster. 2 thou between Sutton and Carajo. It's going to be Carajo taking 22 thou at the finish line. 27 at 463, the 2 on the 62. 29 light for Sutton. And running a little over 300s off the dial-in. Jerry Sparks in the wagon, getting ready to get chased by Rich Corey. Sparks a little late letting go. Corey will be your winner. He is 22 dead 7, taking 90 for the W. Connor Grisey going to be your winner, 006. How about under 1 second on the 60 foot and dead on 6? 12 total, going 416. Meanwhile, Bruce Jenkins was 7 and under. He took 12, needed to take 5 or less. Next up, Jeff Hura dialed in 627. Against Matt Daddis, dialed in 580. Great matchup here, and they're identical at 17 at the hit. The finish line comes up. It's going to be 17 dead 9, getting the win over 17 and 1 over 1. The win light will go to Jeff Hura. 1 over 8, excuse me, not 1 over 1. 8 thou margin of victory for Hura. Getting her done. Heidi Seal and Tim Schmidt, your next pair. Schmidt on a Navarro Ohio, dialed in 486. 617 for Heidi Seal. And there's 4 thou between Tim and Heidi. Tim with the advantage, Tim with the win light. As Heidi was 600s over the dial and going to make it tough to win in that matchup with a veteran like Tim Schmidt. Now Zach Smith. 445 dial in for Zach. Twisted Motorsports ride, getting ready to move up on the summit side of the racetrack. Valley Auto Group sign is Luke Greco, dial in 574 in his GTO. 003 wrong side for Lou. 003 to the good for Zach. 4:45. He is 8 total, getting the win light over Lou. Lorenzo Racing in Performance is located right here in West Salem, Ohio, just about 5 minutes from Dragway 42. They specialize in 86 and 87 intercooled turbo Buick Grand Nationals. They have a Dyno-Jet dyno facility and offer full dyno services. Call to set up an appointment at 330-608-9735 and give them a follow on Facebook. Lorenz Racing and Performance is once again teamed up with Heartline Performance and the Cadillac Attack Race to offer a 3-day Buick event at Dragway 42 October 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Corey Blackford, Corey out of Toledo, Ohio, in the Colt dial 591. Paul Persinger's Dragster, 466 on the dial-in. And Blackford turns at 7th thou red. Boy, tough round for him. 90 with a 7 on a 91. Tell you, that car is printing tickets. He's just got to make a slight adjustment as he has gone red a couple times today. Craig Seibert dialed in 507 to 484 for Bill Horvath. And 0002 red for Horvath. Win line would go to Craig Seibert. 504 with the 4 on the 507. Karsten Nyerges with a BMW, dialed in 726. Not BMW powered. Up against Jerry Seibert. Seibert dialed 582. Piloting the altered. Advantage Nyerges. Win light Nyerges. Liguri Drag Racing Motorcycle buybacks to lane 1. Buyback motorcycles to lane 1. Liguri Drag Racing Motorcycles buybacks to lane 1, please. The rest of you hang tight. Liguri Drag Racing Motorcycle buybacks to lane 1, please. Robbie McRae and Greta Burns. Going to be Robbie, 23 dead, 8, getting the win light over Greta, who broke out and was still behind. So bike buybacks to lane 1, please. Bike buybacks to lane 1. Bike buybacks, bring them to lane 1, please. And let me tell you, it's a lot easier to drink out of the water bottle if you take the lid off. Twisted Motorsports ride of Caleb Smith, dialed in 482. Caleb piloting the dragster over on the Summit side of the racetrack. Valley Auto Group side is Lee Newmeyer in the Vega. And motorcycle buybacks will take you to lane 1. And the red eye for Newmeyer going to give the win light to Caleb Smith. So Jimmy McBride Jr., so it must be senior driving the fast car today. Junior dialed in 452. 584 for Jim Feaster in the Chevelle. And McBride turns it red. Feaster will be your winner. Now Ryan Burkle and Eric Bowman, your next pair. Burkle dialed 597 out of E-Town. 456 for Bowman out of Columbus. Once again, motorcycle buybacks. We need you to lane 1. Motorcycle buybacks to lane 1, please. .008 to a 30 advantage door car. You see some brake lights. You see the win light for Ryan Burkle. Bowman got there first by 0.2 of a second, but he had to break out to make it happen. Next up, Bill Baker in the Duster, dialed in 569. Against Jaden Mays out of Bairdford, Pennsylvania, dialed 465. One thou early for Jaden Mays. Bill Baker will be your winner. 10 dead 7. Now the Roadster versus Dragster battle. Alex Miller in the Roadster, dialed 587. 527 for Darren Kralak out of Cleveland. The red eye for Kralak this time. Miller will be your winner. Again, we've been calling motorcycle buybacks. We'll take motorcycle winners to lane 1. Motorcycle winners to lane number 1. Motorcycle winners, we will take you to lane 1. Chris Van Balen, Wellandport, Ontario, Canada. The Canadian dialed in 539. 693 for Bob Pfeiffer in the 73 dart. Nine to 14. The Canadian trying to reel him in. Goes a little slow. Couldn't quite get there. 8-down margin of victory for Bob Pfeiffer. Rick McWaters, I believe, still sitting on the potential bye.
I don't know why I didn't have you added, but I added you now.
Do what? And the win light will go to Brittany Dumont. Now Mike Dumont trying to keep the family going up against Don Kiger. Hey, racers, if you have, maybe you're done for today, but maybe you're not. Maybe you're not. How about this? We are going to have a 32-car box shootout, a 32-car no box shootout, and a junior dragster gambler. Here's the way it's going to go. You can only enter one of the shootouts. Like I said, you can only enter one of the shootouts. As Don Kiger and Mike Dumont, boy, neither guy wanting to leave the starting line. Win light, though, will go to Mike Dumont. 52-8 gets the win. You have to be eliminated. We're going to start it after round 4, right? Yeah, going to start them after round 4. Must be eliminated from the class, but we also are going to have a junior gamblers race. And juniors, obviously, you're all done for the day. Maybe you want to go racing. So here's the payout. 32-car box and no box shootout, $75 entry. There will be no buybacks in any of these. Win 1,000, runner-up 300, semis 100. $75 to enter, 32-car limited field. Going to start after round 4. If you're interested, go to the She Shed. Junior Dragster Gambler Race, 80% payback, $40 entry for our juniors. Again, no buybacks. Motorcycles, round 2 should be in the lanes or headed that way, please. 001, 005, Dustin Tackett, Steve Butler. It's going to be the win light going to Tackett, who lays down 7 total to get the win over Butler, who was 400s over the dial. Bob Russolo and Kyle Freeman. So again, if you're done, you cannot be done. Go see Marianne. It's $75 to enter. 32-car box shootout. 32-car no box shootout. $75 to enter. 1,000 to win. 300 runner-up. 100 in the semis. No buybacks. And a junior dragster gambler. 80% payback. $40 entry with no buybacks. If you're interested and want to enter any of those, go see Marianne at the She Shed. Win light going to go to Kyle Freeman on the double breakout. He's 100th under. Russolo was a little further under, 17 thou to the 10 thou. Cameron Adkins and Bob Adkins up against Matt Morton. Going to go check something out down track. So again, why it's quiet, just a reminder, we are having some shootouts here later on. If you want to be part of that, go to see Marianne. You have to be eliminated from competition at this point. We're going to have a 32-car box shootout, a 32-car no-box shootout, and you can only enter one of those. You can't enter both. 32 box, 32 no-box, and then a junior gamblers. 32-car box shootout and no-box shootout. There's 75 to enter, 1,000 to win, 300 runner-up, 100 to the semis. And the junior dragster gamblers is $40 entry with 80% payback, no buybacks in any of the classes. So Cameron Adkins and Matt Morton. Adkins, 1 thou red, 4 to the good for Morton. 75 with an 8 on the 574. Adkins was 1 red and 4 thou under. Randy Biddle Sr. getting ready to come up in the Nova. Up against Chris Wallen in 1 moment, please. So again, if you're out of competition at this point in box or no box, and you want to keep racing, we will start it after round 4. We'll have a 32-car box shootout, 32-car no box shootout, and a junior dragster gamblers. Entries can be purchased at the she shed, at the gate shed. Again, it's about dinner time for some of you old folks. Or maybe you just want to eat early, or maybe you want a late lunch, or maybe you need a snack. They've got all sorts of things to cover at you at the slop truck. Head on over there and get some good stuff. Slop truck is Dragway 42 official food truck. They do a great job. We also have the snack shed with the adult the adult beverages. And win light going to go to Biddle is apparently a problem for Chris Wallen. Mike Manny Jr. and Michael Shield coming up next. Shield in the altar, Dow 492 out of Norwalk, Ohio. 453 for the dragster of Mike Matty. Double weight wrong side for Shield, going to give the win like to Mike Matty Jr. 14 dead 4. Mason Fix out of Lockport, New York. 728 dial into a 453. We need Sportsman. Sportsman, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Fix out in front trying to hold off the dragster. It's going to be Mason Fix getting the win light in the dart. 008 margin of victory at the finish line. Sportsman will take you to 3 and 4. Car number HX56. You are sitting on the bye. That's that brown Camaro. I believe Mr. Houston. HX56. You are sitting on the potential bye. Sportsman needs you to lanes. Mod, you're on a short standby because you'll be coming up here pretty soon as well. Mike Willie getting the win over Gail Klingeman on that last one. Next pair up, Ricky Adkins and Dave Vickers. Vickers down in 646 in the S10. 003 to a 008. Adkins can't get there. Win light will be Vickers. He lays down 5 total to get the win light. Sportsman, I need you to 3 and 4 to get HX56 sitting on the potential bye. Bye run here, going to go to Austin Lenz. In Mickey Thompson top. So again, Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman will take you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Let's bring it up, Sportsman. Lanes 3 and 4. 0003 wrong side for Lenz. Dials 582 goes 581.5. And the win light will go. Summit side. Austin Pohl and Chris Solkowski coming up next. Austin down 9:51. Again, Sportsman, you should be in the lanes ready to go. Sportsman, you should be in the lanes ready to go. Pohl out in front trying to hold off Solkowski. And Pohl breaks out. Oh, my goodness. Win light will go to Solkowski. Wow. Now Bruce Miller and Denny Nygren. Again, we need that first pair of bikes back ASAP, if not sooner, please. Bruce Miller, Denny Nygren. Nygren down 11:57. Nygren, starting line advantage. Looking back, looking back. Win light going to go to Nygren. Miller got there first, but broke out in the process. Jim Swanger and Mr. Huckabee, Stephen Huckabee, we need you back ASAP, please. Modified, we need you back to the lanes, please, for round number 3. Lanes 1 and 2 for modified. Sitting on the potential bye, Mr. Butler, car number 310. Once again, we need to the staging lanes at this time. Those two motorcycles to come right back, please. Swanger and Huckabee. Need to run you guys again. But we also need modified. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Modified to lanes 1 and 2, please. Again, sitting on the potential buy, car number 310, Brandon Butler.
Yes, please. We're starting the shootouts round 4, so it should be pretty close to the same thing. And they can only enter one class in the LGA. We'll see how it plays out. 32 and 32.
And then the junior gambler, which would be all of them. Probably not the little league.
Yeah.
You'll probably have most of your 790 kids.
Do they have stuff on the app they go so they like
See,
some people stay, some people don't.
Copy that. Thank you.
glad those guys came right back up. I didn't know if they would
Or not. Ashley Strauss chasing down Jeremy Murray. The stick-shifted Neon trying to stay in front of the Camaro. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Murray getting the win light on the double breakout. He is 500s under. Ashley is a tenth and a half under. Next up, Jim Ponsocha. Ponsocha dialed in at a 16-19 against Brandon Farrow's 1185 in the S10. And the red light for Farrow. Going to put that big old Ford F-150 into round number next. $16.17 on the $16.19. Nicely done. Rich Penn in the Trans Am down in $11.90. Going to chase Marty Bailey's $13.81. Marty going to roll out the top bulb. And the red light for Rich Penn. Going to put the win light on for Marty. And it'll be a Marty party headed to round 4. Next up, Mark Falk, died 1167 out of Ashland, Ohio. Chasing Hayden Gates out of Republic.
TJ and Beard.
Falk and Gates ready to go. And the red light for Gates. Going to give the win light to Mark Falk. $11.65, 124 miles an hour for Falk. 25 at 103. Gates bows out. Next up, Jeff Houston and Scott Chitty, your final pair. Houston dialed in 12.98 to an 11.60 for Chitty.
Yeah, that's an old rule that went away, I guess. It used to be you couldn't change your dial on a rerun.
You can't. There's that. I was
And win light going to go to Scott Chitty over Houston. 21-thou margin at the finish line. Steve Huckabee and Jim Swanger. Huckabee dialed in 810 to an 863 for Swanger. Liguori drag racing motorcycle class. Again, modified. You should be in the lanes. Round 3 mod. You should be in the lanes. And the win light will go to Huckabee, 812 on the 810. As Swanger breaks out by a 10th. So again, we have called modified round 3 to the lanes. 501 performance modified round 3. Should be in the lanes or headed that direction, please. And again, the opportunity is out there, folks. We will run it after round 4 as long as we fill up both. We have a chance for a 32 vehicle shootout in box and no box. 32 vehicle shootout in box and no box. 1,000 to win, 300 runner up, 100 in the semis, $75 to get in, no buybacks, as well as a junior gamblers. $40, 80% payback for our junior gamblers. And again, no buybacks in the junior gamblers as well. So if you want to get involved in any of those races, go to the She Shed and go see Marianne. If you have to be eliminated from competition to get involved. And again, our juniors are done for the day, so if they don't want to be done for the day and they're still on property just hanging out, absolutely feel free to head back there. So our mod buy is Brandon Butler, car number 310. I believe that's Brandon. Car number 310 is the mod buy. When we call top, the buy will be Dustin Tackett, 33D. But we're not there yet. But we'll be there soon. Again, we're missing car 310, who is our mod buy. If you have, we're waiting on you, kind of waiting on you, but not waiting on you. If you don't get here, that's on you. Rod Kirk, Canton, Ohio. The Chainsaw Match Girls will be dialed in 7:05 to a 6:43 for Brian Yeager. .501 performance, pro round number 2. .005 to a 33 advantage for the Nova, piloted by Eddie Bull. Win light for Eddie Bull, double breakout win light. As Kirk was under by a bunch, Yeager was under by 3 thou. Next up, Michael Beard. Galloway, Ohio, the Staging Light Promotion sponsored ride. Up against CJ Yeager. The Hootenanny Promotions ride, dialed in at 7:15. These guys work with each other a lot, know each other pretty well. .14 to a 17. Yeager and Beard to the finish line they go. It's going to be Michael Beard getting the win light over Yeager, who maybe stopped a little more than he should have. Going to hand the win light over to Beard, and Beard goes to round number 4. John Greger get the win light here as Robert Richard pulled the trigger a bit early. And we'll bow out on that one. But again, folks, remember, we have opportunities. If you want to get the into one of our shootouts, go see Marianne at the She Shed. And at this time, we need top. The lanes 3 and 4, please. Top. We'll take you to 3 and 4. Top. We need you to 3 and 4 at this time, please. Let's go top. Rory Furr up against the Barracuda. Barracuda turns it red. Rory leaves on the wrong bulb. Still gets the win. That wasn't pretty, but Rory will take the win regardless. The stick-shifted ride of Steve Tucholsky of Richfield. Rolling through the gears in that Nova dialed in 667 to a 561 for the twin-turbo LS machine of Jose Diaz. Advanced Tucholsky, win light, Jose Diaz. Double breakout win light. Diaz broke out by 3/10,000ths of a second. Meanwhile, Tucholsky was about 16 thou under. Deb Litton in the Disco Nova dial in 631. Going to have Matt Daddis chasing her down. Matt, who did a ridiculous wheelie in this car last round. For those of you watching on the Wire Design Live YouTube channel, got her calmed down a bit, but he's 12 thou behind Deb Litton. Daddis got to make something work top end, can't get it done. 1 thou margin, and that's with Daddis breaking out by 3 thou for Deb Litton. Great job for Deb. 10 dead, 7, 17 total. Daddis, he was 22 up front, and that was not going to get it done on that pass. TJ Cost, Josh Adkins, your next pair. Adkins, 89 Camaro, dialed 737 out of Sandusky. 685 for Cost out of Atwater, Ohio. And the Cost Racing. 63 Plymouth Savoy. And the red light for the Mopar going to give Josh Adkins the win light. 737 with a 0, 22 dead, nothing for Josh. Cost was 12 red and 5 over. Next up, Jim Casey out of Greenwich, Ohio. 647 down to the 710 for Tim Mullich in the GTX. Mullich turns it red. Jim Casey will be your winner. 642 on the 47. Letting her eat. Skirt Vickers and J.P. Schuster. Schuster out of Vienna, Ohio on the S10, dialed 660, 653 for Skirt. Again, we have called top back to the lanes. Please, top. Need you back to the lanes. Potential buy if there is one. Going to Dustin Tackett, car number 33D. 2 thou early for Schuster, going to give the win light to Skirt Vickers. Both guys ran 6:51. One was dialed 6:53. The other was dialed 6:60. Tim Molich and Amy Reed. Pair of Mopars up there. Pair of Plymouths, in fact. The Plymouth Valiant of Reed, 1967 vintage. Dialed 673. 635 for the Belvedere of Molich. Advantage gonna go, and the win gonna go to Amy Reed, 22. 1/2 gets the win light. Molich was 43 and 1/7 to bow out. Thomas Jenkins and Jim Seaman coming up next. Seaman in the Plum Indian. Down 624 to a 640 for Jenkins out of Sandusky in the Fox body. Actually, both guys coming to you from Sandusky. Look at that. They're out here racing with us when they could be in Cedar Point. Cedar Point open? Yeah, they're open. Fourth out between the two of them, Seaman and Jenkins. To the finish line they go. It's going to be Seaman getting the win light by 7 thousandths of a second. Tell you folks, it wasn't pretty up front, but at the end of it, it was a darn good drag race, and Jim Seaman in the Pontiac continues on to round 4. Brandon Farrow and Mason Fix. 768 dial-in for Brandon Farrow. Fix dialed in 729. Both these guys running 2 classes today, although I think Brandon's out of 1. He was in Sportsman and Mod. Win light going to go to Mason Fix, 21 dead 6. 9th margin of victory. Hey, card number 3X07. It's a young lady in a dragster. We need your tech card as soon as possible. You were in top. 3X07, we need your tech card immediately to race control. Bring it up here. Post haste, please. Card number 3X07. Young woman in a dragster. We need that tech card immediately, please. Dave Morishan, Kansas, Ohio. Morishan in the dart sport. Gonna turn it red against Melissa Quast in the dart from 68. So, a couple of darts, 1, 2 go down, 1 dart is coming back. And that's going to be Melissa Quast going to round number 4. Scott Wasco and Mark Frazier, your next pair. 581 dial-in for Frazier. Getting ready to chase down the 641 of Wasco. Double 02. Looking good for Mark Frazier. Gets the job done. Lays down 2 total. 2 dead, nothing. Wasco was 34, 16th thou under, 16th thou behind. Oof. Jeff Hura and Kevin Burns, good matchup here. Burns, a multi-time champ in various classes here. Three and four, let's get in, buckled up. Top, 3 and 4, get in, buckled up, and ready to rock and roll. Top, get ready to go. And a rare swing and miss there for Kevin Burns. Going to cost him. Win light will go to Jeff Hura. Now Jacob Hura and Brandon Butler, your final pair in modified. 709 dial in for Hura. He's in the 84 Cutlass against the Monte Carlo of Butler Dow 596. Little G-body, VG body action down there. Again, top. Get in, get ready to go. We're getting ready to pull you down out of 3 and 4. And the advantage going to go to Butler, and Butler will continue on. 598 with a 0 on the 96. Jacob Hura got there first. He had 8 thou to work with, but took 5 thou too many. We're now going to round number 3 of top. The 1954 Bel Air of Matthew Summers. 607 dialing for Matthew. Going to have a 1 light head start against Eric Bennett in the 1965 Dart. Red light by 1 thou for Summers. Bennett moving around 4. Again, our top buy is card number 33D, Dustin Tackett. Sitting on the potential buy as we continue on. Just getting started of round number 3, Nate Burns and Rich Corey. Now, Nate Burns, 501 dial in for Nate out of Fostoria, Ohio. Getting ready to get chased by Rich Corey in the dragster. .005 to 003. Burns and Corey side by side. It's going to be the win light going to Corey. Margin of victory, 1,000th of a second. Nate Burns was 15 total. Thanks for playing. Robbie McCrade out 653 to 569 for Bill Baker in the Duster. Big time start line advantage going to go to the Mopar. Win light will go to the Mopar. And Bill Baker continues on now. Connor Grisade out 416. 577 for Brian Harvinek in the altered. And Harvinek turns it red. Grisey will be your winner, 417, 168. Now Alex Miller in the Roadster down 585 to 693. Bob Pfeiffer, the 73 Dart Sport. Folks, we are still taking entries for our shootouts. Still taking entries for our shootouts. If you want to get involved, need to head over to the She Shed. 30 dead, 1 gets it done for Pfeiffer's. Miller was 009, but not enough whoa pedal down there, and breaks out. So Jay Strauss out 626 to 659 for Scott Chitty. Chitty in the third gen Camaro. Turns it red, and you can kind of see the car moving. Boy, Jay has not been his usual good self at the starting line, but it has not mattered the last 2 passes. He is your winner. Greg Fox in the Mustang on the Valley Auto Group side, dialed 626. He's going to be doing the chase, and Summit side is Josh Elliott, dialed in 660. Again, we still have spaces left in the shootout. If you're interested, you need to head on over to the She Shed. We got room. 009 for Fox. He is going to be your winner on the double breakout. 1 thou under to 10 thou under. Chad Schweitzer and John Bowes, your next pair. Schweitzer. Schweitzers.com sponsored ride, dialed in 6 flat. 1967 Camaro out of Bucyrus up against the 480 of Bowes. Out of Alveda, Ohio. Boy, both racers a little late letting go, but it should be Bowes. It will be John Bowes getting the win light over Schweitzer. Now Jim Feaster and Jeff Gates, your next pair. Feaster's very yellow Chevelle, dialed in 590. Going to have the 636 dial-in of Gates in his sights. Gates, 005 wrong side. Feaster, 005 to the good. Feaster, 12 total, gets the job done. Gates was 5 red and 5 thou under. Motorcycles to lane 1. Denny Nygren, you are sitting on the potential bye. Denny Nygren, you are sitting on the potential bye. Again, motorcycles to lane 1. Liguri Drag Racing motorcycles to lane number 1, please. Denny Nygren sitting on the potential bye. The win light there going to go to Ryan Burkle. Frank Brank and John Vergatz Jr., pair of dragsters getting ready to go head-to-head. Vergatz in the summit lane down 459, 452 for Brank. Brank is on the Valley Auto Group side. Triple 04 red for Frank. Vergatz will be your junior. Your winner, I should say. 21 dead 0 versus the Trip 04 red dead 7. Ooh. Randy Biddle and Chad Barton, your next pair. Biddle in the Nova down 585, 586 for Barton. So doggone near heads up without it being actually heads up. Again, motorcycles, we need you back to the lanes. Denny Nygren sitting on the potential bye. Lane 1 for our bikes, please. And the advantage going to go into the Valley Auto Group side. Win light will go to the Summit side. Chad Barton, 22 dead 2, gets the win as Randy Biddle does not hit the stop pedal enough and gets beat. Matt Morton, 72 Duster out of Elyria, down 575, come against Warren, Ohio's Karsten Ayerges. Down 727 in the BMW. It's always fun to say. Again, folks, those shootouts need to be full. At least the box and no box ones need to be full if we're going to run them. So we have some room left. If you want to get into that, get in it. $75 for the chance to win 1,000, 300 runner-up, 100 semis. About a hundo difference there. Advantage Matt Morton. Win light going to go to Matt Morton. Ayerges had a little room. Exactly 5 thou, but he took too much. 15 thou under. Timmy McGuire out of Oberlin. And Brandon Chittenden. Chittenden down in 604 in the S10. Win light is going to go to McGuire. Win light now, and now we got Jamie McBride, senior. 407, the dial in. Against the 462 of Kara Jo Brank. Why is he got an ambulance with its lights on going back there?
Yeah, they called for support. Someone having an issue or something. Are they going to transport whoever it is then?
Identical reaction times. Finish line they go. It's going to be the win light going to Kara Jo. Jamie McBride broke out by 0.2 of a second. 406.98 on the 407. Zach Smith, the Twisted Motorsports ride out 445 to the 506 on the Valley Auto Group side. Zach Smith on the Summit side. Again, we need our motorcycles to lane 1, please. Motorcycles, need you to lane 1, please. Almost identical reaction time. Smith is 12.0 to get the win light over the breakout. Austin Lenz and Mike Willie. 585 dial in. For Mike Willie up against the 582 for Lenz. Again, Liguri Drag Racing Motorcycles. Need you to lanes, please. Liguri Drag Racing Motorcycles. Need you to lanes, please. 2,000 between Lenz and Willie. 30 to a 32, and it's going to be Lenz getting the win light. 2,000 margin at the finish line as well. Austin Lenz gets it done. Brittany Dumont and Timmy Schmidt. Schmidt dials 485 in the dragster up against the Ford Ranger. 1992 version. Dialed 641 for Brittany. I had a 92 Ranger. It was not like this. And Brittany let go a little bit late. Got to hope for a miracle, and Tim Schmidt's not one to hand those out. So Timmy will be your winner, 486 on the 485. Coming up next, Jaden Durst and Mike Dumont. Got to hold up the family name. Dumont dialed in 580 in the Mustang against Durst S10 dialed in 650. Four to an 18. And Jaden Durst lays down 7 total to make the 18 dead 9 of Mike Dumont a moot point. Caleb Smith and C.J. Yeager. Twisted Motorsports rep Caleb, Grafton, Ohio, the home base. And his dragster going to be chasing the 4-door Yomega of C.J. down the racetrack. Sportsman, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman to 3 and 4. Scott Chitty sitting on the potential bye. Sportsman to 3 and 4. Scott Chitty on the potential bye. $14 to a 19. Good side-by-side race. Win light will go to Caleb Smith. 4th thou margin after taking 5th out the starting line. Great driving job by Smith. And CJ bows out. Unless, of course, he wants to get in one of the shootout races. Again, Sportsman, we need you to 3 and 4, please. Sportsman to 3 and 4. Win light going to go to Kyle Freeman, 13 dead 2, gets the win over the 17, 11th out over. Mike Matty Jr. and Jacob Meinert. Force 53 dial in from Mike Matty. Meinert dialed in 464. And 002 early for Mike Matty. 6 to the good for Jacob Meinert. Dead 410 total. Matty clicks it off early. Jose Diaz and Shelly Elrod, your next pair. How about a couple of Higer only hot rods? Shelly dialed in 599 to the 561. So again, both racers here are high gear only. Five to a 13 advantage going to go to Elrod. A win light going to go to Jose Diaz. 13 dead, 5 gets the job done. Elrod breaks out by 7th thou. Next up, Jeff Hura and Travis Colangelo. Travis in the American Race Cars Dragster down 436. 629 for Hura. Again, Sportsman, we need you back to the lanes. Sportsman, we need you back to the lanes immediately, please. Sportsman, let's go. Sportsman, need you back to the lanes immediately, please. $3,000 difference between Colangelo and Hura. And it's going to be Hura getting the win. 20 dead, 1 gets the win like Colangelo. I think down there on the whoa pedal a bit much, gets beat. Ryan Sparks down 434 against Kevin Burns in a 687 in the Trans Am. Again, we are waiting on Sportsman. Need you the lanes, please. Sportsman, let's go. You're moments away from going down the racetrack. Burns will be your winner. 2,000 too soon for Sparks. Next up, Dale Vickers and Dale Foss. Dave Vickers down in 645. Vickers Performance Transmissions. Battle Axe Transmissions dialed in 645 up against the 438 of Foss. Starting line advantage going to go to the door truck. Win light will go there as well. Vickers, your winner, as Foss got there first by 24. Should have been 21 or less. Paul Persinger and Mason Fix. Butterscotch dialed in 728 out of Lockport, New York. Against Persinger's Dragster down 467. .007 to an 18, but it's going to be Persinger getting the win over Mason Fix, who goes too quick. And your by run, Dustin Tackett. Modified, we need you back to the lanes 1 and 2. Modified to 1 and 2. Sitting on the potential bye, number F, as in Frazier, 376. Mark Frazier, you're sitting on the potential bye. So again, modified, back to lanes 1 and 2. F, 376. Mark Frazier, you're sitting on the potential bye. Let's bring it back, modified. Denny Nygren and Rick McWaters. Identical reaction times to the thou. Nearly to the 10th thou for Nygren and McWaters. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Nygren getting the win light. McWaters under by a thou. And Nygren will be in the finals of Liguori Drag Racing Motorcycle. Who will he face? Could be Steve Huckabee, dialed 812. Huckabee on the Summit side of the racetrack. Maybe it's going to be Chris Sokowski. Canfield, Ohio, the home base for Chris. He is on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. Again, we have called to the staging lanes at this time. Modified to 1 and 2. Let's bring it up. 501 Performance modified. Sokowski turns it red. Huckabee 007. Going to be your winner. 805 on the 812. We now go into Sportsman. Marty Bailey out of Wellington, Ohio, coming up on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. He's got a 1381 dial in. Up against the stick-shifted Neon, piloted by Jeremy Murray, down 1479. 1998 Neon. I believe Jeremy told me this is his 5th Neon. Murray and Bailey. Bailey's got some work to do. See if he's got enough room to get it done. And win light is going to go to Jeremy Murray. Hey, the box shootout is full. The box shootout is full. The no box is not. And juniors, we're still taking you as well. So if you're a no box racer and you want to keep going, $75 to get in the shootout. Again, we have called modified to the lanes. Modified. 501 Performance modified is the red light for Jimmy P. Going to give the win light to Mark Folk. Yeah, sportsman guys and motorcycle racers, you can kick it over to the no box side. It'll be 8th mile for you, but you guys have data and ET slips. Won't be the first time you all have run 8th mile. Come on. And your bye run will be Scott Chitty. And 11:56 on the 1160 for Scott Chitty. And again, we need top back to the lanes, please. Top, we'll take you back to the lanes at this time. Top, we will take you back to the lanes. 3 and 4, top. Let's go. Top, we will take you back to the lanes. And again, no box racers. We need more of you to join the shootout. If you want a no box shootout, we need more of you there. The box one is full. And juniors will take more of you if you want to sign up for the junior shootout. 1 and 2, need you in and buckled up, please. 1 and 2, let's get in and buckle up.
That's good enough for now. Close enough.
We yelled at them for being in the lane, center in the lane. It'll be okay. We're getting down to
Smaller numbers.
So again, we will take top back to 3 and 4, please. Top, we will take you back to 3 and 4. Rich Corey sitting on the bye, 1X91.
just never noticed time to react.
Is that why that's over there?
No, the pulling tracks, they never mowed it yet, so they cut it this week.
What's going on here?
They started mowing and then they got pulled for something or it started raining. I don't know. The other side's the same way.
Yeah, I was looking and I was
They got about halfway and then they got
Push them off there. I'll come run right now for you.
in the barn.
it's awesome free labor.
He didn't say free.
So he said I'm gonna do it for you. That sounds like a big offer right there.
Nice mower, I believe.
Yeah, he's the only one.
It's what my wife would like to do someday if we ever get to retire. She loves being on her mower.
Yeah.
She does the zero turn thing.
That's what everyone retires saying. Yeah, all I want to do is get on the mower. They get on a mower here, they're saying.
That's a lot to mow. That's a lot to mow. And then the hillside.
You start, you come, you just.
The hillside's a bit more of a challenge.
When it rains, you're never really done. By the time you start, you can go. Like by the time you finish the rotation, you can go back to start it and cut it again.
It's a 7-day-a-week job.
Yeah. The guy that's rear station is the one that's been mowing most.
Once again, we will take top back to the lanes 3 and 4. Top, we will take you back to lanes 3 and 4, please.
About 12 foot for 2,000 feet long. They get over 600? Yeah, they had. If it was a little bit drier, you could zero turn in there and cut that. Right now, it's so wet. That when you have a bat wing, and when it's really dry, we can look. Hopefully, if you get in another tractor, but when it's dry, it's easy for that one to look at being wet, try not to get it completely full of mud or buried. Well, that and with that switch on it, so it snows with as much rain as we've got, it wouldn't get very far.
Yeah. That over there last time I watched that mowed yesterday.
Yeah.
This has to be a good day. You guys probably dried out quite a bit out there today.
It was actually better than I mean, all considering.
Yeah, it's not super warm out there, but
we were able to park anything on it yesterday.
the sun is out and the wind has been blowing today. I'm sure it's dried it out quite a bit out there, even what wasn't dry.
Seen a lot of people pulling the grass.
Yeah.
Got a lot of asphalt.
Those guys that are the people that cut the hay over there usually do the shotgun field over there.
Hey, 1 and 2, let's get in and get buckled up. We're going to be rolling you down here shortly. 1 and 2 in and buckled up. Get ready to go. We're rolling you down shortly.
Jeff's just one of those guys you're not hurrying up about it. Jose might still be up. Trying to remember if he won Super Pro too. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, because I think, yeah, I think, yeah, Shelly lost, so I'm pretty sure. If you're asking me to remember something I said, I say a lot. It's hard to remember.
Brandon Butler and Jeff here are going to start this out. I believe Jeff is in both top and modified. Not sure about Brandon. I know he was in both. Butler dialed in 599, 629 for Ura.
I like the tail lights on Butler's car, and then when he goes into the trans brake, the reverse lights come on. Yeah. They're pretty neat. Pretty neat setup in the LED.
Oh, both racers going to edge in, Hira and Butler. 13th thou advantage going to go to the G-body. Wind light will go there as well. Brandon Butler takes the W. Jeff Hura had to break out to get there first. As the 29 total for Butler beat the 32 light of Hura, Eddie Bull. Brian Yeager dialed 642 in the CJW Enterprises ride. It's the 562 for Jose Diaz. Advantage for Yeager, and he will be your winner on the double breakout. 6 thou under to 100th under for Diaz. So Jose bows out in that one.
No, he lost in Super Pro early. He went through the team.
Josh Adkins out of Sandusky dialed in 737 in the third gen Camaro against the Disco Nova of Deb Litton. And the red light for Deb, going to hand the win light to Josh. 12 to the good to 12 red. And Adkins lets her eat. 7:35 with an 8 on the 37. Litton was 12 red and 300s under. Rory Furr and John Gregory, your next pair. Furr dialed in 521 to a 585 for Gregory. Start line advantage going to go to John Gregory. Should be John. It will be. 589, 108 miles an hour as Rory Furr was a bit late letting go in the long, skinny car. How about a couple more Plymouths up at the start line? Amy Reed out of Wayland, New York, and the 67 Valiant against the staging light ride of Michael Beard out of Galloway, Ohio, and the 1980 Volare, former super stock ride. Now we're rolling with a 408 and a Glide. 667 dial in for Beard, 673 for Reed. Beard 0003 red. Ouch. Reed was 44 next to him. Beard 0003 red, dead 2. That'll make you sit down back in the pit space and ponder your life for a moment. Jim Seaman and Mason Fix. The Dodge Dart fixed out in 728 to a 624 for the Plum Indian of Jim Seaman. Bike final. Need you to the lanes, please. Lane 1, guys. Bike finals. We'll take you to lane 1. Bike finals will take you to lane number 1. 003 light for Fix, but oh no. He breaks out. And win light will go to Jim Seaman.
We're also going to call Sportsman next round to lanes 5 and 6.
Melissa Quast and Justin Vickers, your next pair. The 68 Dart of Quast out 671. 657 for Vickers. 4th thou between the two of them. Win light there will go to Vickers. 658, 96 miles an hour. Gets behind and gets the win light as Quast breaks out. Your bye run, Mark Frazier. So lanes 5 and 6 will take the semifinals of Sportsman. Sitting on the potential bye, actual bye in Sportsman would be Jeremy Murray. So I believe it'll be Chitty versus Falk and then Jeremy Murray on the bye. So again, we need our motorcycle finals to lane 1 and Sportsman semis to 5 and 6. No box racers, if you are not in at this point, we still have room to get you into a shootout. No box racers, if you are out at this point, we have room to get you in the shootout. We need to get you there immediately. No box racers. We are, Bon Jovi said we're halfway there. You need to get more than halfway there to hope for that. So again, no box racers. If you've been sitting on the fence about getting in the shootout, get off the fence and go see Marianne. Again, no box can be modified. No box can be Sportsman, and no box can be motorcycles. So any of those racers that want to get in the shootout, head on over. Because the box shootout, those guys they want to race. They filled up. You know boxers, come on. Dustin Tackett and Bill Baker. Tackett dialed in 481 in the dragster, 569 for Baker. Maybe I can sponsor Jess to be a racer. And the red eye for Baker, going to give the win light to Tackett. So again, we need our motorcycle finals. I think we see Denny Nygren down there, just waiting for, I believe, Mr. Huckabee. And again, Sportsman semifinals. We need you at this time to lanes 5 and 6. Chitty, Falk, Murray. Let's go. Kyle Freeman and Tim McGuire. Oberlin, Ohio, the home base for McGuire in the Camaro. He is 7th out behind Freeman currently. Freeman does a little blip on the brake pedal, and that was just enough. 6:36.00 and a 10 light for Kyle Freeman. I just saw those LED lights come on for a blip, and that was enough to get him where he needed to be. McGuire 17 and 1 over. 1/100th over, no good. Tim Schmidt and John Bowes. Couple of bad dudes up there at the starting line. Okay. And the red light for Schmidt, going to give the win light to Bowes. Next up, Jacob Meinert dialed 464 to a 687 for Kevin Burns. And again, no box racers. No box racers. We need you. If you want to get into the shootout, no box racers. That would be modified racers. That could be sportsmen. That could be motorcycles. Any of you that want to get involved in the no box shootout need you immediately over to the She Shed. We'd like to run that race. Junior gamblers, be on a short standby. We're calling you very soon. Junior gamblers will be calling you very soon as Kevin Burns turns at red. Win light for Jacob Meinert. 5 dead 5. Greg Fox and Eric Bennett. 4 to a 41 should be Bennett. He will be your winner. Hey. Junior gamblers to 1 and 2, please. Bring your tech card with you. Junior gamblers to 1 and 2, bring your tech cards with you to the rear staging. Junior gamblers, bring your gambler tech cards with you to the rear staging, please. Let's go, junior gamblers. Chad Barton and Connor Grisey. And the red light for Barton. Connor Grisey, a 005, 15 with a 5 on the 416, 169 miles an hour gets the win light. I don't know what that would feel like. I have never been in anything fast in my life, much less something that can 60 foot in less than a second. Grisey feels it every pass. Again, junior gamblers to 1 and 2. Junior gamblers to 1 and 2. Bring those tech cards with you. Junior gamblers to 1 and 2. Bring those tech cards with you, please. Double 05 to a 10, Matthew Morton and Caleb. And it's going to be 5-0, 5 total for Matt Morton. Caleb Smith was 10 and 3 thou behind to be a thou under. My gosh. Matt Morton laying it down in the duster. Jaden Durst out 650 to a 459 for John Vergatz Jr. Again, junior gamblers will take you to 1 and 2. That means you get to pick a lane, right lane, left lane, whichever. Junior gamblers to 1 and 2. Let's bring them down. Durst turns it red. Win light going to go to Vergatz. He'll run it out. 58 with a 6 on the 459. We just about done with Mickey Thompson, round number 4 of top, getting down to the smalls. We have our finals in Liguri drag racing motorcycle, followed by our semifinals of Sportsman. And then again, we have called our junior gamblers to the lanes. And again, no box racers of all ilk. Final call for you to get to the She Shed and sign up. You ain't got nothing better to do tomorrow. Let's go. Kara Jo Brink and Jay Strauss. Whoa. And folks, we are going to be down for a minute. Win light will go. Kara Jo, my goodness. Well, Jay Redlit. But, man, that is a lot of fluid out from underneath that hot rod. Oh, no box. No box. We need you, again, those of you that would like to run the no box shootout, we got room for you. $75 to get a chance to win 1,000. Runner up 300. Semis 100. And again, that's just a quick 5-round race. No buybacks, no doubles, No box racers, if you want to get involved, I'd head over to the She Shed right now. You got time. Unfortunately, we got a cleanup to do on the racing surface. As unfortunately for Jay Strauss, it went boom. Full credit to Jay, though, by the way, because he was basically going wherever the truck took him for a minute. And you could see the Christmas tree was probably shaking in its boots because he didn't miss it by a lot, but he stayed on his side of the track. He got it slowed down and moved to the side as quickly and safely as possible, as that was definitely going to be ugly potentially. Folks, great time as any. If you have not had your dinner, the slop truck is ready to serve you dinner. And they sent me the menu earlier, all sorts of great stuff. Let's see, let me run through here because I want to make sure I do it right for Sue and Woody. Somebody up in the tower just said deep fried bacon, but that's not one of the things. Again, the Philly cheesesteak. You can have a steak or you can do a chicken one. The slot bowl, which is the slop truck's signature dish, as it were. Your different variations of burgers. Cheeseburger, double cheeseburger, bacon cheeseburger, double bacon cheeseburger, cheeseburger topped with pulled pork, double bacon cheeseburger topped with pulled pork, as well as a mushroom Swiss burger and a sunrise burger. I'm a mushroom Swiss guy too, so yeah. Eva's like me. Yeah. Eva and Jess are both like, mushroom Swiss. Then the French fried potato wedges, cheesy potato wedges, pulled pork potato wedges with cheese, mozzarella sticks, chicken fingers, mac and cheese, Ruffles chips, nachos and cheese, pulled pork nachos and cheese, and various cold drinks available. But wait, there's more. Cheesy dog, pork on a hot dog, sausage with peppers and onions. Michael sent me a picture of his sausage with peppers and onions a little bit, and I think he had mushrooms thrown on there as well, which absolutely is the correct answer. So the slop truck, folks, you are not lacking for variety. You always have a huge variety of food. It's always outstanding. Again, Woody and Sue do a fantastic job, and we really appreciate what they do. So, again, we got a big old mess to get cleaned up down there, and we will get back at this as soon as possible. Again, perfect time, no box racers. We've been telling you, you need to get into the shootout if you haven't done so. $75 gets you in for the chance to win $1,000. All you got to do is win 5 rounds. Easy, right? And again, props to Jay Strauss on that. That truck was on a ride that he did not want to take. But he did a great job of getting that thing straightened out and over to the side as quickly as he could probably process what was going on.
Virginia that blew the engine up. And one of the track guys tried to pick up the piece of the block that was sitting next to the track, and it was molten. Talk about blow the hot. He nearly burnt himself pretty badly doing that. That's first round.
Where are you at? Are you down here helping? This will be first round. We're in first round, Indy.
As far as I know, there's no time trial for any of these guys. It's go. It's a shootout, yeah.
Folks, again, this is first round of eliminations for that junior shootout. There's no such thing as a time trial on a shootout. So dial them up. But again, you guys will have a few minutes.
They are not getting a time trial.
Looking to make a move, whether you're buying your first home, upgrading, or selling, Heather Dimitrov is here to help every step of the way with KW Elevate. Heather is your local trusted realtor right here in Northeast Ohio. She knows the market, the neighborhoods, and knows how to get you results. Just like today's racer, she's all about speed, strategy, and success. Let's cross that finish line, real estate finish line together. Call, text, or email to get started. KW Elevate and Heather Dimitrov, 330-687-2144, or Heather Dimitrov at kw.com.
Well, I guess if I'm going to go to the bathroom, this is as good a time as any.
What time is it now?
I could probably do a number 2.
Go for it.
No, I'm not going to. No, I'm not going. I said I could. I didn't say I was going. To be quite honest with you, I will do everything I can to not. I'm not that picky about bathrooms, but I will say that when it comes to porta johns, I'd rather not.
Yeah, I agree with him.
That's something that might wait for a trip past the sheets on the way home.
Or go stop. That's what I do.
No, I mean it is sheets, so it kind of is close to the name. And then I get a couple of their 2-for-1 hot dogs so I can load up for later.
I never use porta johns at work. Never.
I don't mind them, and some of them are kept very clean. It's just something I prefer not to do.
Yeah.
But then there's sometimes you have no choice.
True.
I don't like those times with them. They were having a ball. And I actually sent the Junkyard Digs crew. I sent them to Mike's place in Kent, Ohio. You ever been there? It's a restaurant, and it's just nuts. They've got an X-wing, Star Trek X-wing fighter out in the front. There's a school bus attached to the thing that you can sit. You go in there and the walls are and everything's covered. It's a insane setup. This place is, and their menu is 17 pages long. That's not an exaggeration. And the menu's a joke. The menu's like constant joking about. Oh, yeah, it's. I sent them there, and they were like, I got lots of in there in those YouTube videos from the Pontiac race last year. I got a whole bunch of props and a lot of airtime from both Junkyard Digs and Old Barn Garage, which is kind of cool. Those are good dudes, and I'm really a fan. That's actually probably what I watch mostly for TV now.
Yeah.
A lot of those revive and drive, or guys like go out, find something on a farm field, haul it back to the shop and fix it, or like a ice strip garage, go and find something sitting in the middle of the farm field, fix it up and drive it home, whichever they want to do at that point in time.
Yeah.
Junkyard Digs just did their annual. Every year they get a like cracked out motorhome that's like abandoned or cheap or something like that, and they live in Iowa. They drive it to Kansas Speedway, and they go to the NASCAR race every year in a clapped out. Like they literally take like 2 or 3 days to put together a motorhome that probably hasn't been moved in 20 some years, and you drive it there and back. Usually them and a bunch of guys. They just get hammered and have a blast.
That's what that Cletus McFarland did. He took those motorhomes to Talladega.
Yeah, and that was honestly, I think Cletus is smart.
He's doing the right thing.
Cletus is doing. I props to him, but he got that idea from Junkyard Digs because they've been doing that for like 5 years now.
Really?
That really quick. You go back and watch some of those shows, you'll see what that was. And the fact that he shot it on the road and driving is stunning.
So the crew is out there working hard. Again, we had a pretty substantial mess that we are cleaning up right now, so we will be back to you as quickly as possible.
It's right down by the creek.
So again, we still need no box bonus race entries. $75 to get a chance to win 1,000. All you got to do is win 5 rounds. Modified, sportsman, or motorcycles that want to get involved, head over to see Marianne. Just need a dozen folks. Just need a dozen of you. Again, what else are you doing except waiting to race till tomorrow? Well, you can race tonight. Come on. Folks, if you just lost in mod, Marion has payout in the she shed. If you just lost in mod, Marianne does have payout in the she shed. She'll be up here eventually, but she's down there now.
Marianne just sent me a message that she has payouts on there. Is that what he's looking for? Oh,
Again, final call, no box racers. If you want to get in the shootout, you need to be seeing Marianne. $75 gets you in for the chance to win 1,000. No box racers. And if you're in, you better talk to your buddies about getting in too. And again, if we don't fill up the no box one, we'll probably still run it, but it'll be done on a percentage of payback, which you guys can decide once you get down to the small numbers. And if you do not prefer to do that, we can get you your entry back. But that's, again, if we don't fill it up. But you still have an opportunity to get over there and get in it. Again, the track crew has been working hard on what was a pretty thick and wide cleanup. So we should be back at you in just a little bit.
It's always 50-50 when I first started.
You got the leather coats taking most of the time today?
It has to be leather or they can't come on.
It would take my bikes on the track.
Okay. You don't have those?
No, I got leather.
How many spots are left in the mailbox?
You what?
How many spots are left in the mailbox?
Last I heard 12, but that was probably about 20 minutes ago that I asked her.
What, you got a coat for them? Like a leather coat?
I know, 12. You just have to have jeans, jacket, shoes that come above the ankle as well. So.
I got
Depending on how fast you're going.
997.
Now, what motor's on that bike?
It's a 500.
500. So you're not setting speed records.
No, I'm not.
I would take my bike down the track at least once.
I'm going to. I know it's not that much, but
You just need it just to do it.
yeah, just
You just need to hit a testing tune. That's all.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you come to a testing tune, you can do all you want.
I don't have a coat. I don't have a leather coat or nothing.
Just get one.
I don't think you need a leather coat for certain speeds in the bike. Sometimes they just.
It has to be a leather jacket or a Kevlar jacket.
Oh, for any bike?
Yeah, at least. And then you can wear jeans.
Yeah.
Any certain amount of time or faster, you have to have full leathers.
I don't think I'll get mine past 90.
Look at no, that's Kyle. Look at Marketplace for jackets.
Huh?
Yeah, that's where I got my suit off of, and my suit would originally be like $1,300. I got it for $300.
Yeah,
$1,300.
Those suits are expensive because it's a full.
and it's built for a woman. So right?
Yeah, it was nice too because he bought it for like his ex-girlfriend or something, and I was like, we were just talking about it, and I was like, yeah, that one was the one that I saw would get it best for my height and stuff too. And he's like, well, how tall are you? I said 5'4". He's like, that's crazy because my ex was 5'4", so it's already perfectly suited to my height and my everything. I'm like,
my height and my everything.
It fit so perfectly. It was just awesome.
Yeah, she had to be the same size and everything as his ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Didn't he say, yeah, it should fit you just fine when he seen you?
Yeah, he looked at the picture. He was like, yeah, I'll fit you. You're good. I was like, okay. It does. And it looks nice too. It looks sleek. I would probably, it's just, I couldn't find boots that'll fit me because I have wide calves and they're zipper and Velcro, and it just didn't, nothing was working with that. So I even tried on men's ones, but they're no different. Might have to try it.
Maybe I can ask Antonio's dad to wear his coat.
You could.
There's a few groups out there that make a lot of money making driving suits
CNC Sales and Service is an independent, family-owned and operated full-service outdoor equipment dealer for Lorain County, Ohio, and surrounding areas. The Zero Turn HQ has a wide variety of new and used zero-turn mowers in stock to test drive before you buy. They even offer easy-to-operate, high-quality push mowers from Massport. CNC Sales and Service supply Dragway 42's bad boy mowers and golf carts. For more information, call CNC Sales and Service at 440-775-1300. Racers, back into your vehicles. Get buckled up and ready to go. We are just about ready. Racers, back into your vehicles. Buckled up and ready to go. We are just about finished and ready to rock. Again, I believe our run order at this point is to finish top. We have our motorcycle final. We have our semifinal in Sportsman, and then we'll go to round one of our junior shootout. And again, that was a pretty tremendous mess that our crew got cleaned up. They were out there in force getting it done. And again, no box racers, those of you in the no box shootout, we did not fill it. The plan currently is to go 80% payout. So whatever we collected, we'll go 80% payout. And again, if you do not want to do that, you can go back to the she shed and get your money back. But if you do want to do it, 80% payout, when you get down to small numbers, you can make a decision amongst you, the whole crew that's left. Jim Feaster and Bob Pfeiffer heading down to the top end. It's going to be Pfeiffer getting the win light. And at this time, no box shootout. No box shootout to 3 and 4. Bring those tech cards. No box shootout to 3 and 4. Bring your tech cards. And again, that's an 80%. Unless we get a few late comers. No box shootout to lanes 3 and 4. And again, 80% payout unless we get a late comer to fill it out. So no box shootout. We need you to 3 and 4. No box shootout to 3 and 4. Let's go no box shootout. .003 for Zach Smith. He gets the win over Ryan Burkle. 3 dead, 6 for a 9 total. Again, no box shootout, the 3 and 4. Let's go no box shootout.
He's got that dark green car, and it's in the shadow next to the wall. Oh, okay.
So the throttle cable decided to not throttle cable anymore. So Ryan will get out, fix that, and get her driven off the racetrack. Good call by our top end crew. Our EMTs here are very valuable to us, and we appreciate all the work that they do. They were down there helping with the cleanup. They watch our juniors get off the racetrack. If you see our EMTs, make sure you give them some love because they do a lot of work out there for us. Bad Boy Mowers pack more in their mowers so you can get more out of them. Doesn't matter if you choose commercial or residential models, every Bad Boy shares the same heavy duty, last a lifetime construction. The reputation rests on their steel. Bad Boy Mowers can be purchased at CNC Sales in Oberlin, Ohio. Jeff Hura and Austin Lenz. Again, no box shootout. 3 and 4, please. No box shootout to 3 and 4. Let's go no box shootout. Lanes 3 and 4. No box shootout to 3 and 4. $5,000 difference between Jeff Hura and Austin Lenz. See brake lights and the wind light. Austin Lenz 13-8 gets the job done. 7th margin of victory. Hura was 18 and a hundo over, bowing out. Paul Persinger, 467 dial in for Persinger. He is moving up out of Ontario, Ohio. 467 dial in for Persinger. 560 for Jose Diaz in the high gear only ride out of Parma, Ohio. 1985 Camaro twin turbo LS motivation. Once again, no box shootout to 3 and 4. No box shootout to 3 and 4. Box shootout, you're on short standby. Juniors, stop. Juniors, you're not next. Juniors, you are not next. Do not roll forward. Sportsman is next. 002 to a 45. Should be Jose, will be Jose. Rich Corey and Dave Vickers, your final pair. Again, Sportsman semis, you're coming out next in our junior shootout. No box shootout. You've been called to the lanes. No box shootout. Bring your tech cards and your vehicles to the staging lanes. And the win light there going to go to Dave Vickers. Corey breaks out by 4th out, taking 13. Vickers. The Vickers transmission ride will continue on. Again, we have called no box shootout. You should be in the lanes or headed that way. Lanes 3 and 4. No box shootout to 3 and 4. Our Sportsman semifinals coming up next in our junior shootout. After our final in Liguri drag racing motorcycle. Ready to go. And no box racers, I think you have literally like 5 minutes, 10 minutes to purchase an entry. No box. Do not slack. Let's go racing.
But you also had sportsmen and motorcycles to pull from. And out of those 61, a bunch of those guys were also, not a bunch, a few of them were also running tops, and a few of them were also running sportsmen. Yep, here comes Corey. I figured Corey'd get in something. That little Colt is nasty. That thing runs numbers, and he's been right on it all the whole time.
Because they're a car on kicker.
Yeah, he pulled the Mustang over there. I mean, it looks like a decent amount of cars coming down.
But I mean, it's also, we're also taking a lot of times, whether you like it or not, the people that are still in would be the people that usually buy in.
Right, which is what you don't want to do.
Correct. And then we're also having those.
I think you did it the right way by thinking that if you can only run one of them.
Yeah.
You can't run both.
I want to do this, but not wait. I want to do this gifted with the program.
It's got to keep things moving.
So here's your final. Steve Huckabee. He is on the summit side of the racetrack, 805 dial-in, coming up against Denny Nygren in the Yamaha V maxed out 1171. I have been on the losing end of Nygren at the Summit Motorsports Park in stock. I couldn't stop quick enough at the finish line. And the win light's going to go to Denny Nygren, and I think Huckabee might have broke, and he is just coasting off the track, I believe, leaking.
Was it his chain or was it something?
I watched his chain slip back and hit some, so it's probably.
So congratulations to Denny Nygren, who is your Liguori drag racing motorcycle winner. Congratulations, Denny. Hey, Denny, if you hurry back around, you can get a no-box entry after you collect your money.
Denny's a guy that will like to keep racing, no joking.
That's the guy that red bike.
No, the guy on the bike that just won, yeah. Yeah, Denny likes to race. Okay, hold on a second. Who's top? Yeah, top. Top is who? Jose. I've been reusing the crap out of these Post-it notes you gave me earlier.
Hey, you know what? Whatever works.
I'm recycling, baby.
And again, racers, no more braking stuff, please. No more braking stuff. Folks, this is as good a time as any to remind you, if you have something substantial go wrong and you're not sure what or if is coming out of your vehicle, please pull over to the side as quickly and safely as possible.
Although he probably wants to get his kid back up for the junior dragster shootout.
J&J Sales is your one-stop motorsports shop in Northern Ohio. Power Sports 360 has been in business since 1972. They've got 2 stores and several warehouses in Huron and Port Clinton, Ohio. If you're looking for a Yamaha dealer, motorcycle dealer, or Sea-Doo dealer, look no further than J&J Sales.
I see like maybe 21, 22 cars in there already. I wonder if these people are starting to sneak in. Oh, Jesus. I should say, if I had something to do after, that's what I might have. Not.
Hey, the She Shed is open if anybody needs to buy a tech card for tomorrow. If you have not just bought one for tomorrow, you can go see the She Shed. They are still open. And again, a full-length spillage from the motorcycle, unfortunately. Again, this is a note that if you have something go wrong and you know that it's wrong and you're not sure what was wrong, please pull over to the side and limit the length, width, and depth of our cleanups, as we are, again, pretty much most of the length of the quarter mile plus some shutdown.
You need to stop breaking stuff, man.
I'm not breaking that.
Yeah, you are.
Of course I'm gonna break it.
Can you get somebody to get a jack down there so you could jack the front end up
It won't feel beat without me.
without
Even zippers.
Well, you're on a buy run. So
I'll be sliding the shit out of them when I'm out there. Don't worry.
trying to get heat into the bus.
That'll be fine. I'm sitting in the best spot right now, so
Yeah. I mean you're in the final already. Life is good.
just gonna go off the data earlier, just passing the joke. I'm going.
It sucks, but I mean this is literally two pretty substantial.
Yeah,
This didn't have to be.
I know.
That didn't have to be. That just kicked the shit out of me.
Aaron's so thankful for the prize money. She had a baseball tournament.
Just literally just said it.
And again, one time for the folks in the back. If you have an issue on your vehicle, if something breaks and you don't know what happened to your vehicle, you need to pull over to the side, please and thank you. You might not think anything went wrong, but folks, better safe than sorry. And again, we are in our second pretty massive cleanup. First one unavoidable, and the driver did a great job of getting to the side as quickly as he possibly could, as his
If the track's full, they broke my bike. Fucker. Fuck you, fucker.
This is literally 2 hours day was amazing. It never.
That is just
I would have little spots. I remember I went snowwalking on a Wednesday night one time, and it ran 1970 with a 1, 1971 with a 6, and 1970 with a 1971 with a 1. And I'm like, that's what shows up my free time truck on a Wednesday. And I'm like, oh my. So I dialed 71,
let's have to see if I can find
and
this one.
I took a picture. One of my favorite things. I took a picture of me driving down 42. Driving down, like a couple miles down the road. I just pulled the phone out, went click, and posted that.
I'm good for it.
And he says, I guess that looks more like a bye-bye.
Yeah. But no, yeah. If you look at all the points races, if you win first round at all of them, you're getting that many points. 9 to 12 points right there.
Yeah.
And that's what every time I've been top 5 there, I've only had like first round losses.
Oh,
and I never got past the fourth.
A lot of the racing I did in the early days when I was running points is when they had a lot more points races too.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of these, most tracks now, I think Quaker might be an exception actually. Most tracks have only 10 to 12 at most points races during the year.
Mm-hmm.
We got 10 points races here, 5 weekends.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually really good.
Mm-hmm.
You think about it, that's a great setup if you want to run for points someplace.
If the weekend is good.
I mean, but I'm just saying, it's just,
Right.
I've actually looked over the years thinking about, man, I'd love to try to go someplace and run points just to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is, between all my announcing gigs that I have set up all year, it ends up being to where I might make 5 of the races.
Mm-hmm.
And, the ultimate goal maybe isn't to win a championship for me at that point. I'd like to make the team.
Right.
I think I'd have a rough time making a team only running 5 out of 10 races.
Yeah. It is tough. How is that runoff for 595?
Mm-hmm.
2 seasons. And that was either 16 and 32.
Mm-hmm.
Coming out of it for the 32. I couldn't make the 32. But I still ended up.
And see, that's one
I
that
still ended up top 10 race.
I would have. Remember, they didn't race much before that race that year.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't take much to get in at the 32 because.
Right.
Yeah, I would just love that. That to me, to be out there in front of 40,000 people, because Billy and I were able to get people into that aspect of the race.
Mm-hmm.
We had people weren't leaving the grandstands, and the bracket cars were running, the street bracket cars were running, and they're not in the grandstand. They're cheering for the juniors because Braden and what's the little girl's name? The Barrett girl, Braden and the little sister. They ran each other because they were in the novice class together. They ran each other in the final, and they were cheering for her. She was 003 red. And you could just hear the crowd audibly. Yeah, the closest I ever had to that is the first year of the Hoop Nanny, they had a slow versus show. And they did box and no box, like the 4 fastest and 4 slowest.
Nice.
And of course, I qualified. And Michael was up on the hill. Yeah, he might need a studio.
Well, hoping I'll see a little bit of that.
One way or the other.
KB Trailer Sales is your #1 trusted dealer for custom built trailers. As an authorized dealer for Renegade RV, Vintage Trailers, Intech Trailers, and Pace American Trailers. KB Trailer Sales offers a complete line of enclosed trailers ranging from as small as 8 foot to as long as 53 feet in length. KB Trailers knows the importance of a personalized sales experience, which is exactly what their customers receive. It's the goal of KB Trailer Sales to help their customers find and design the perfect trailer for the specific and unique demands of each individual. Hey, 5-minute heads up, folks. 5 minutes, and we'll be running again. 5 minutes, and we will be running again. Hey, the slop truck is going to close. Well, I'll go with what Sue told me. 8:45. Slop truck is closing at 8:45. If you're hungry, you got a half hour to get there. Slop truck is closing at 8:45. If you have not yet had dinner, or if you want a little something, if you're getting a little peckish, you might want to head on over to the slop truck. They will close at 8:45. That is 1/2 hour from now, roughly. AGIA Insurance is the average drag racing vehicle spends hours, days, weeks, or even months in waiting for a few precious seconds on the racetrack, often with less than 1% of its lifespan actually doing what it was built to do and 99% of its life waiting. It's critical that you have the right insurance coverage for your drag vehicle enjoyment. Learn more at agiainsurance.com. Road Adventures by Mark Wahlberg, formerly Net Brothers RV. It's located just up the road in nearby Lorain, Ohio. Not only can you rent an RV to take it to the track or elsewhere, but they have a large part and accessory store where you can purchase numerous items for your very own RV. It's the place to go for expertise, detailed, and certified work. Road Adventures by Mark Wahlberg, right up there in Lorain. Hey, there's a red pickup truck. I believe it's a red Chevy. Or is that a Ford? I don't know. The red Chevy parked along the wall. That vehicle needs to be moved immediately, please. The red Chevy parked against the wall needs to be moved immediately. That is not a place to park. You can go park it at the top of the hill. That red Chevy needs to be moved immediately, please. If it's broken, we can have the tow truck come get it if you need so. That red Chevy pickup needs to be moved ASAP, if not sooner. Once again, the red Chevy pickup truck. You are parked over next to the wall, facing up the hill. That needs to be moved now, please. Needs to be moved now. That is not a place to park. Once again, the red Chevy truck parked up against the wall. Please move that immediately. That is not at a parking place. The red Chevy pickup parked against the wall. Got the black toolbox in the back. I don't think I could be more descriptive. That's got to go, guys. Please move it. Again, the slop truck will close in 25 minutes, so if you're still hungry, you need to head that way.
On the other side of the car.
Well, the crew gets the thumbs up, I do believe. Juniors, get in and buckled up, please. Juniors, get in and buckled up. Should be Scott Chitty. And it's going to be Scott Chitty getting the win light over Folk, who was down there. He actually might have given that back. He was 7th thou behind at the finish line, womping it pretty good a few times and scrubbing 10-mile-an-hour off. So it'll be Scott Chitty and Jeremy Murray in the final of Sportsman. Junior shootout, let's get ready to go. Jeremy Murray's 1478. We'll take box shootout to 5 and 6. Box shootout to 5 and 6 at this time. Box shootout to 5 and 6. Going to start out with Braylon Biondo. $7.91 dialing for Braylon. Up against Ryan Goodman's $8.21. So our first pair in our junior shootout. Getting ready to come at you. Goodman and Biondo. To the finish line they go. It's going to be 8:26 on the 21 dial-in. 0008 margin of victory for Ryan Goodman. Olivia Riley and Brooke Biddle. $7.91 dial-in for Olivia on the Summit side of the racetrack. Brooke, get ready to move up on the Valley Auto Group side, dialed in $7.94. Biddle and Riley in and set. And the red light for Olivia. That's going to be a freebie for Brooke. Pretty valuable at this time for the juniors, let me tell you. And Brooke Biddle, 8:03, 83 miles an hour. Olivia Riley breaks out by 7 thou as well as going red. Madison Pickens and Landon Tackett coming up next. Madison down at 8:97 to an 8:09 for Tackett. Again, we do need our top shootout, our box shootout to the lanes, please. Box shootout to the lanes, please. Box shootout. Let's bring it to the lanes, please. And it's going to be Madison Pickens being your winner as Landon Tackett turned it red. Anthony Tackett coming up next, 8:10 dial into an 8:98 for Braden Bear. Braden Bear trying to hold off Tackett. Win light will go to Braden Bear. How about dead on a 1, getting the job done? Tackett breaks out by 2/10. He was mathed out by Bear anyways. Raylan Lawrence dialed in 890. Pickens Metalworks ride. And Georgie Lang also dialed 890. Red light for Georgie Lang. Win light going to go to Raylan Lawrence. He is dead on with an 8 in that hot rod. Benny Riley and Big Al Hurst. Alley dialed in at 901 to 792 for Benny Riley. No box. Get in suited and buckled up. No box. Get ready to go. You're coming out next. No box shootout. You're coming out next. And the red eye for Allie. Going to give the win light to Benny Riley. $789 on the $792 for Riley. 9 flat with a 6 on the 901 for Allie. Garrison Tackett and Stephen Huckabee. And the red eye this time for Tackett. Gonna give the win light to Stephen Huckabee. 771 on the 769 dial-in. Jacob Corey, 12 flat dial-in for Jacob. The 901 for Morgan Pickens. So last pair of our junior shootout. Pickens and Corey, your final pair. Corey, 009 red. Going to hand the win to Morgan Pickens in the right trailers machine. Wow, 9 red, dead 6. Tough break for Jacob. They had that thing dialed in tight. So again, we had called our top bulb, our box shootout. You should be in the lanes or headed that way. Box shootout should be in the lanes or headed that way. No box shootout is coming out now. We need modified. Back to lanes 1 and 2. Modified to 1 and 2. Sitting on the potential buy this round will be Brian Yeager, a.k.a. Eddie Bull, a.k.a. Bruiser. Brian Yeager, you're sitting on the buy. We need modified. Back to the lanes, please. Mod, back to the lanes at this time.
Remember how we said you couldn't go in if you were not done? Yeager's card is in the box shootout. So he'll be the last person up in no box, or in mod. I don't know where that car is in line, but there you go. Oh, it's the first one up. Yeah, it's the first one up.
Hufford turns it red, and the Kudo win light going to go to Mason Fix, 009 to the good. 29 with a 0 on the 728.
Anytime you tell a racer something, they find a way around it. I speak as a racer.
John Bailey and Mitch Williams. Whole lot of Mopars going on here at the beginning of our shootout. Williams down 749, going off the foot in the Duster, 671, and his Duster for John Bailey. He's in the white ride. One thou between them, 15 to a 16. Good side-by-side race. Get to the finish line, it is going to be Bailey getting the win light as Williams runs 5 hundo off. Kevin Burns and Ryan Roberts. Ryan in the Mustang with the start line advantage and the win light over Burnsy. Burns took 16, needed to take 6 or less. Easy for me to say, I'm sitting up here in race control. Deb Litton and Kyle Penn. I'm just too cheap at the end of the day. Kyle dialed in a 758. Lining up in the Firebird against the 631 for Deb in the Disco Nova. And Deb Litton turns it very red. Win light will go to Kyle Penn, 757.76 on the 58. Gary Wells and Melanie Dumont coming up next. Wells in the Dart Sport dial at 689. 649 for Melanie, piloting the Mustang. Once again, next round of modified. I believe it's the quarterfinals. We need you to the lanes, please. Sitting on the Byron and sitting in his trailer waiting for his car is Brewser. Oh, Melanie. Oh, Melanie. Melanie's going to need a hug. Keep her away from the sharp objects. Win light for Gary Wells. Sometimes it hurts to watch. 597 dialing for Todd Schweitzer. Schweitzer coming up in the Chevelle up against the Mustang of Chris Elliott. And the red eye for Chris Elliott. Going to hand the win light to Todd Schweitzer. Next up, John Lowry and Corey Blackford. Corey dialed in 590 in the Colt. Up against John Lowry's Malibu dialed 673. Lowry and Blackford. Lowry gets in. 002 to not a 002. Brake lights, win light, John Lowry. 676 on the 73. 36 thou at the finish line for Lowry. Caden Socek and Mike DeMont. Mike dialed 580 in the Fox body, getting ready to chase after the Nova of Socek. Again, modified. Modified. You should be back in the lanes for your next round. Mod. Should be in the lanes for your next round. And the red eye for Mike DeMont. Going to give the win light to Candace Socek. 641 on the 44. Durst out in 654. Up against Thomas Jenkins. And his Fox body Mustang, 638. Man, a lot of Fox bodies down there. And the start line advantage going to go to the S10. The win light will go to the S10. 55 of the 6 on the 654. 007 light. Win light for Jaden Durst. Jenkins, 39.5 without a 38. But a 35 light won't get it done. And the red eye for Tyler Schneider by a lot. I'm going to give the win light to Scott Wasco. Box, get in and buckled up. Box, get in and buckled up, please. Box, need you in and buckled up, please. And again, we need modified to the lanes. We are waiting on you. Modified. You will follow the box shootout. Modified. You will follow the box shootout. Ryan Biddle against Jeff Hura. Triple 07. Oh, my goodness. And the win light going to go to Hura. 630 with a 6 on the 628. Triple 07 reaction time. Biddle breaks out by 6 thou, still behind by 3 thou. Pete Wilder getting the bye. Chad Wright out 638 to a 677 for the third gen Camaro. top in 3 and 4. Top in 3 and 4, Jose Diaz. You are sitting on the potential bye. Top to 3 and 4, Jose Diaz. You are sitting on the potential bye. Jose Diaz sitting on the potential bye for top. Chris Van Balen, the Canadian, getting ready to chase. And when light will go on the summit side of the racetrack. Sorry about that. We just had an earthquake here for those of you watching on the wire design. Yeah, we had an earthquake. Now it's all fixed. And look, it's brighter. .586 to a .580. Start line advantage going to go on the, and the wind light going to go on the Valley Auto Group side. Shelly Elrod dialed in 597 to 604. Again, we need top to the lanes, please. Top to the lanes. Jose Diaz, you're sitting on the potential bye. Wind light there going to go. Again, on the Valley Auto Group side, next up. 470 dial into a 474 for the dragsters. Wind light going to go on the summit side of the racetrack. Ryan Sparks backing up down 436 to a 455. I believe that might be Chris Wallen. So again, top, round 5 top, you should be headed to the lanes. Round 5 top should be in the lanes or headed that direction. Round 5 top should be in that lanes or headed that direction. .005 wrong side for Sparks. Wind light going to be Wallen. 450 on the 455. Jamie McBride Jr. and Ricky Adkins. Here's an interesting matchup. Couple of blown cars. Adkins in the not so mini, dialed in 495. Against the 451 for Jamie McBride Jr. A 003 to a 21. And you see the mini gets the win light, 497. 1 thou margin of victory for Adkins as he closes it up nicely. 21 dead, 9 won't be good enough for McBride. Joe Socek Jr., 590 dial in, up against the altered dial in, 578. So again, we have called top to the lanes. We have called top. Round 5 top, there should be about 14 of you left. And we have called modified, you are coming out next. Mod, you are coming out next. You should be in the lanes or headed that way. And the red light going to go for the dragster, or excuse me, the altered win light will go to Socek, 1593 with a 8 on the 590. Folks, our lights are on. Yours should be too. Everybody should have at least one tail light on. So if you could make sure that you have those tail lights on going down the racetrack, that would be great.
Ricky Atkins' car is pretty altered. Seriously, he should put paddle tires on it and come out too. Yeah, I think it'd be awesome. I've seen some pretty strange stuff in my life. That's top 5.
It's pretty interesting. Give that.
Very interesting way to make a shorty rear engine dragster.
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen him up close. Is his driving position to the left in that car?
I think I haven't seen
Up close enough. I try not to get up close to race.
Again, top, round 5 top. We need you in the lanes, please, top. Need you here, need you now. This is round 5 of top, the main event top. $5,000 difference at the starting line. Finish line is going to go to the Valley Auto Group side. 22, 1 over 4 gets the win over the 17, 2 over 2. 2 thou margin of victory. Randy Biddle, 584 dialing for Biddle. 478 on the Summit side of the racetrack for the dragster. And the red light going to go to the dragster, Randy Biddle. Moving on. Karsten Nyerges, 723 dial in for Karsten to a 570. And a 572 with a 9 on the 570. Win light going to go to the Nova. Again, modified, you should be in the lanes ready to go. Top, you should be in the lanes ready to go. Main event mod, main event top, you should be in the lanes ready to go. Sportsman final to lane 5 and 6, please. Sportsman final will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Jeremy and Scott need you to lanes, please. Sportsman final to lanes 5 and 6. And the win light, 467. Brittany DeMott and the Ranger going to be your winner as the dragster turns it red. And the win light going to go to Cameron Adkins. Your quarterfinals in mod. Josh Adkins and Skirt Vickers. Fourth out difference at the start line, and Josh Adkins takes out Justin Vickers. John Gregory and Jim Seaman, the Plum Indian, down 624 to a 585 for Gregory in the Mustang. Seaman in and waiting on Gregory. Start line advantage going to go to the Ford. One light going to go to the Ford. Seaman got there first, had to break out in the process. He had room, just took too much. Took 11, needed to take 11 or less. Meanwhile, John Gregory, 17, 2 over 6, gets the win light by getting behind. Brandon Butler and Amy Reed. Reed dialed in 672 to a 599 for Butler. And again, payout is up here in race control. If you have money coming, you can come up here and get it. $11 to a 13, Reed and Butler. Good side-by-side race. It's going to be Reed getting the win light. 11 dead, 6. 6 now margin of victory, gets the win. 13 and 10th over for Butler. Bows out. Great drag race right there. Now you got Brian Yeager and Mark Frazier. Frazier dialed in 580. Getting ready to chase after Yeager in the CJW ride. Yeager did pretty good at Maryland International, the J Brothers race back in March. And the finish line they go. It's going to be Frazier getting the win light over Brian Yeager. Juniors, we need you to 1 and 2. Round 2 of our juniors. Need you to 1 and 2. Round 2 of our juniors. We'll take you to 1 and 2, please. Round 2, juniors, need you to the staging lanes at this time. Those of you watching on Wired Design Live, Sorry about the reflection off the windows. That's impossible to really do much about. Dustin Tackett and Eric Bennett going to start things off in this round of top, down to 14. 8 to a 14. Advantage, dragster, win light, dragster. 8 dead 7, 15 total. Bennett was 14 dead 4 and still behind by 3 thou. Great job by Dustin Tackett. Bob Pfeiffer and Kara Jo Brink coming up next. Kara Jo dialed in 462 to a 692 for Pfeiffer in the dart sport. Again, juniors, we need you back to 1 and 2. If you won first round of the junior shootout, we'll take you to 1 and 2. Six to a 68. Kara Jo broke out by 1 thou and was still way behind. A Winlight will go to Bob Pfeiffer. Next up, Connor Grisey, 414 dial in. Backing up after the burnout. Connor going to be chasing the 636 of Kyle Freeman out of Chardon, Ohio. Freeman and Grisey getting ready to move towards the starting line. Again, we need our juniors, round 2 juniors, back to the lanes. Double 0-1 wrong side for Freeman. Ends his night. 413 with an 8 on the 414 for Connor Grisey. 1 red, dead 4 for Freeman. Bows out. Next pair, Jacob Miner and Chris Wallen. Junior shootout, your potential buy is number 320B, as in Bob. No box, your shootout potential buy is X11J. I believe that's Mr. Hira. And the box shootout buy run will be M1N1. That would be the one and only Ricky Adkins sitting on the potential buy. Again, junior shootout, we need you to the lanes at this time. Junior shootout to the lanes at this time. So again, junior shootout, you should be headed to 1 and 2. Junior shootout to 1 and 2. We will take our no box shootout to 3 and 4. No box shootout to 3 and 4. And again, your no box shootout potential buy is X11J. Wallen and Meinert. 8 thou the difference. Winlight will go to Jacob Meinert. Matt Morton and John Vergatz Jr. Vergatz out in 457. He's piloting the long skinny car against the 575 of Matt Morton. 8-11 for Gotts and Morton. Winlight going to go to Morton, and the door car gets the W by 0.08 of a second. 11 Light, 576 with Dane, and a 575. Matt Morton is your winner. For Gotts was 459 with a 9 on the 457 and a 008. Bowing out. Austin Lenz and John Bowes, your next pair. Lenz out 582 in the Buick out of Wakeman, Ohio. Bowes out of Alveda out 479. And Lenz in charge and getting the win light over Bowes, who was a little late letting go that time. Your final pair, Jose Diaz and Dave Vickers. Again, we have our junior round 2, junior shootout round 2 should be in the lanes. And our no box shootout round 2 headed to the lanes. No box shootout round 2 headed to the lanes. And 009 wrong side for Jose will end his night. Dave Vickers, 647 the 7 on the 647 is your winner. Your final in Sportsman. Scott Chitty in the S10 down 1166 out of Uniontown, Ohio. He's up against Jeremy Murray dialed in 1478. The stick-shifted Dodge Neon. A lot of folks are looking go, wow, really? You're bracket racing that? But Jeremy's finished top 5, top 4 in points many times over the years. UMTR, many championships there. Again, we have called our junior shootout to 1 and 2, no box shootout to 3 and 4, box shootout to 5 and 6, box shootout to 5 and 6. And again, Ricky Adkins sitting on the potential bye. And as of right now, Jeremy Murray out in front, in charge. Murray gets the win light, 1485 on the 78. Scott Chitty gave up a little too much at the starting line, and Jeremy Murray is your winner. Congratulations, Jeremy Murray, taking the W here in the Sportsman class. So, folks, we did have something go a little sideways. Somehow, juniors in and buckled up, please. Juniors in and buckled up. Somehow, some way, the box shootout ended up with 33, which adds around, which makes the payout go kind of wonky. We were paying just to the semis. However, to rectify that, our quarterfinalists, because we'll go, we want 33, then we'll go 17, 9, 5, 3, 2, 1. Our quarters will get $50 a piece. We'll have 2 winners get $50 a piece. That will keep the payout as it was going to be. Again, sorry about that. We're not sure how it happened. I blame TJ. All you got to do is stand there the rest of the night. He'll be fine. Yeah, that's still not going to work. Hey, wait a minute. You know what? I can say hi to the people on the live feed. What's up, folks? There you are. I am reflecting very well. especially my forehead because it lacks hair. You should turn that on before you use it, TJ. That's huge. Oh, no. You know what? You nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Yes. Hi, everybody. Oh, TJ having too much fun. Raylan Lawrence dialed in at a Rylan Lawrence dialed in 890 to an 824 for Ryan Goodman. Going to start things off. Again, top shootout. We need you to the lanes, please. Top shootout. We need you to the lanes. That's better. That is way. I think that's a bit better. There's some reflection. Yeah, so people can see the. There we go. One moment, please. It didn't change. There we go. Ryan Goodman and Raylan Lawrence. Ryland gets beat. Win light go to Goodman. 828 on the 824. Steve Gomez, go. What's up, brother? TJ says hi. Appreciate you watching out, man, there for us, go. And again, this was an unadvertised little bonus for the weekend for the iTrace Super Series points race number 1. Race 2 coming tomorrow. And we'll be back at it tomorrow, too. We've got plenty of racing left for tonight. We are in the semis of our mod main event, our quarters of our top main event, and we are motoring on through these shootouts. Stephen Huckabee and Madison Pickens. Big advantage for the right trailers machine, and she breaks out. Win light will go. She breaks out by 8/10 thousandths of a second. Kid's going to need a hug. You said duty? Brooke Biddle and Morgan Pickens. So the right trailers, Pickens Metalworks machines back to back there. 903 dial in for Morgan. 8 flat for Brooke. Brooke's got the party lights going on in the back of that dragster. And again, we need our box shootout in the lanes. No box shootout should be in the lanes. Let's bring them up, racers. And the red eye for Morgan Pickens against Brooke Biddle. So Brooke Biddle, 8 flat dialing goes, 801. 901 on 903 for Morgan, bowing out. Benny Riley and Braden Bear. Bear dialed 899 to a 792 for Riley. Modified. Semifinals of Modified. Need you to the lanes, please. Semifinals of Modified. We need you to the lanes at this time, please. Semifinals of Modified to the lanes at this time, please. 1 and 2. Mod to 1 and 2. And Braden Bear will be your winner as Riley turned it red. 901 with a 1 on the 899. So here we go with our no box shootout. Kyle Penn dialed 758. Get ready to come up in the Firebird against John Bailey, 671 in the Duster. So Bailey and Penn. Penn in the Firebird. Bailey rolling up in the Duster. Guy's been running that car a long time. Again, mod semifinals. Need you to the lanes, please. Modified semifinals to the lanes, please. Red light for Kyle Penn. 001 wrong side. John Bailey gets the W. John Lowry and Mason Fix, your next pair. Mason out of New York, dialed 729 in the Butterscotch Dart. 674 for Lowry in the Boo. Double 005 for Lowry against Mason Fix, and it's going to be Lowry getting the win light over Fix. Both guys down there warming it up pretty good. Lowry will be your winner. Pete Wilder and Ryan Roberts. Roberts down 613. Getting ready to chase the 696 of Wilder in the Mustang. And Roberts will be your winner as Wilder having some down track issues. Clicks it off. Couple of S10s from different eras getting ready to come at you. Jaden Durst down 652. He is in the excited S10 over on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. Against the 641 for Scotty Wasco in the little white step side unit. Again, we need modified back to the lanes. Modified. Need you back to the lanes. Modified back to the lanes, please. Starting line advantage gonna go to Jaden Durst. Should be Jaden Durst. Will be Jaden Durst getting the win light over Wasco. Was late, early, and still behind. Todd Schweitzer and Cadence Socek. Cadence down in 642. Rolling up in her Nova up against the Chevelle of Schweitzer. .007 wrong side for Schweitzer. Going to give Socek the win. Jacob Hura and Gary Wells. Jacob, this final pair of no box shootout. Wells in the dart. Hey, folks, we need those pit vehicles out of the staging lanes, please. It's where we put race cars. Pit vehicles out of the staging lanes. Jacob Hura way out in front, getting the win light, 640, 94 miles an hour, as Wells was a little late letting go. And here we go with our Don Kiger up against the dragster. Kiger down 636 to a 470. Again, we need top to the lanes. Top to 3 and 4. Top should be your quarterfinals. Need you to lanes 3 and 4. Car number 1026 sitting on the potential bye. Top, we need you to lanes this time, please. And Kiger out in front. Kiger, little brake light and wind light action going for Don Kiger. Next up, Matt Daddis. 582 dial in for Daddis. Coming up against the 614 of Buster Litton. 9-19 advantage going to go to the S10 of Buster Litton. He gets the win light as well. Lays down 12 total up against Daddis. Daddis broke out by 6 thou, was behind by 2 ten-thousandths of a second at the finish line. Again, we need Top back to the lanes, please. Top, we need you back to the lanes, please. Top, we need you back to the lanes, please. 455 dial in. Again, I believe that's Chris Wallen. 466 on the Summit side. And 001 wrong side. Going to hand the win over to the Valley Auto Group side. 450 on the 455. He's been holding a steady 5 the whole night. 1 red, dead 0. Ouch. It's the way it always works, though, isn't it? William Balser dialed in at a 677 against Joe Socek. Jr. dialed in 593. Again, Top, we need you back to the lanes, please. Top, we need you back to the lanes. This is the quarterfinals of the main event. Top, need you back to the lanes, please. Win light going to go to Socek, 11 dead 1. Raymond Hout going to get the win as 3 thou on the wrong side for Randy Biddle.
I don't know. The car feels funny.
Shelly Elrod and Brittany Dumont, couple of young ladies, very tough customers up there. BMD Designs, going to be your winner over the American Race Cars Chevy. 642, 23 dead 6 gets the win. 5 red, 2 hundo over, 4 Shelly bows out. Darren Kralak and Craig Seibert. Again, we do need Top back to the lanes, please. Should be 7 of you. 14 to a 30 advantage, Seibert. And it's going to be Seibert getting the win light. Landon Seal and Cameron Adkins. Seal in the Nova out 570 against Adkins. 624 in his Camaro. Double 0-1 wrong side for Cameron Adkins. Going to give Landon Seal the trip to the round of 9. 25 dead 4 gets it done. Final call for top. If you're in the quarterfinals at top, you should be in the lanes. Final call for top. Top quarterfinals, you should be in the lanes. You're coming out next. Think we might be missing one. Never mind. Atkins clicks it off early. 5:07 on the 496. Junior shootout to 1 and 2, please. Junior shootout to 1 and 2. Junior shootout will take you to 1 and 2 at this time. Junior shootout will take you to 1 and 2. Let's go, juniors. Junior shootout to 1 and 2. Your semifinals in 501 performance modified. Amy Reed and John Gregory. Amy in the Valiant out of New York, dialed at 671, 586 for John Gregory in the Mustang. John out of Elyria. And the Valiant trying to stay out in front of the Mustang, and in the final is Amy Reed. 25 and 1/8, 14th down margin as Gregory was 44 and mathematically eliminated. Next pair up, Josh Adkins and Mark Frazier, who will face Amy Reed in the final. Adkins down 735 in the third-gen Camaro against the 580 of Frazier in the chassis-up T-Bird. And it's going to be Josh Adkins and Amy Reed in the final. Frazier turns it red. So should have a pretty good battle between those two in the final round. We now go into the quarterfinals of top. We'll start with a couple of dragsters. Dustin Tackett getting ready to back up on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. Down 481, 464 for Jacob Meinert. Junior shootout buy will be 320B if there is one. No box shootout buy will be 1266 if there is one. And a box shootout buy will be L321 if there is one, which there should be. Meinert and Tackett. Both methodical in their approach to the starting line. That's the word I'll use. And 0008 red for Dustin Tackett. No box shootout to 3 and 4. No box shootout. We need you to 3 and 4 at this time. No box shootout to 3 and 4. Win light going to go to Jacob Meinert. Now we got Connor Grisey and Matt Morton. Grisey out of Vermilion, Ohio in the dragster. 413 the dial in for that rocket ship up against Matt Morton's 72 Duster. Dialed in 575. Again, no box shootout. We need you back to 3 and 4, please. No box shootout to 3 and 4. Junior shootout to 1 and 2. Junior shootout to 1 and 2. Let's bring him back, racers. We are boot scooting. And I don't even like that song. Double 02 to 008, and the win light will go to Matt Morton. Austin Lenz and Dave Vickers. Vickers dialed in 647, 584 for Lenz. And Lenz trying to reel in Vickers. Gets the job done. Lenz, 005 margin of victory as he took about 3.5 hundredths at the start line. Your bye run will be Bob Pfeiffer. Again, junior shootout, you should be in the lanes ready to go. Junior shootout should be in the lanes ready to go. No box shootout should be in the lanes ready to go. Juniors in and buckled up, please. Juniors in and buckled up. Box shootout to 5 and 6, please. Car number L321 sitting on the potential buy. Again, car L321 on the potential buy. Again, box, we need you. Box shootout to 5 and 6. So all of our shootouts have been called back. Juniors are getting ready to come out. They should be getting in and buckled up. They're in their semifinal. We need no box in the lanes and ready to go. And box, we've called you to the lanes at this time, please. Stephen Huckabee and Ryan Goodman going to start things off. Our junior shootout semifinals. Huckabee dialed 773 on the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. Ryan Goodman dialed in 825 on the Summit side. No box, in and buckled up, please. No box. Get in and up, buckled up. No box shootout. In and buckled up, ready to go, please. Both racers in and set. Start line advantage going to go to the Valley Auto Group side of the racetrack. Lots of wamping and the win light for Stephen Huckabee. Who will battle against Huckabee in the final? Will it be Brooke Biddle or Braden Bear? Lots of B's down there. Brooke Biddle down in 8 flat has been having a pretty good weekend, last couple of weeks actually. Still in down to this point up against Braden Bear, dialed in 901. Again, the defending champ. Not only here at Dragway 42 in the advanced class, but also in the intermediate class at Summit Motorsports Park, the 890s on both sides. Last year, Braden Bear won both championships. A lot of folks work a long time to get a championship. He won 2 in a year and has been pretty steadily outstanding in that hot rod since he sat in it. Already a few championships under his belt. Right now, the starting line advantage is going to go to Braden Bear. Win light will go to Braden Bear, 904 over Brick Biddle's 806. So Huckabee and Bear in the final of the junior shootout. Mod final will take you to 1 and 2. Mod final to 1 and 2. Main event top. Back to 3 and 4. You should be in your semis. Mod final to 1 and 2. Mod final to 1 and 2. 3 and 4 will be top semifinal. Let's go, racers. Ryan Roberts down 612. The SN95 Mustang coming up in the no-box shootout. Quarterfinals. Up against John Bailey, 670. Starting line advantage, you're going to go to the Mopar. Win light, going to go to the Mopar. 14 dead, 3 gets the job done. Roberts was 55 and a few thou under to be behind. Modified to 1 and 2, top to 3 and 4. Modified to 1 and 2, top to 3 and 4. Modified finals to 1 and 2, top semifinals to 3 and 4, please. And Caden Socek going to get the win as Jaden Durst flops on the red light. John Lowry and Jacob Hura. Lowry dialed in 674 to a 627 for Hura. And the red light for Jacob, going to put the win light on John Lowry's side of the racetrack. Joe Socek Jr. and Landon Seal in the box shootout. And the win light going to go to Socek as Seal turned it a little bit red. Next up, Raymond Hout dialed 576 against Don Kiger 635. .004 to .006. Hout and Kiger to the finish line they go, and it's going to be Hout getting the win like Kiger breaks out by 3 thou. Hout gets the W by being behind. Craig Seibert, 505 dial in the dragster against the 642 for Brittany Dumont.
Hey, Kyle. Guardians game went to extra innings. They've scored 4 in the 10th so far. Yeah, I know.
Hey, folks, payouts are in the tower. Payouts are in the tower. You can come on up here to race control. Payouts are up in the tower.
Who's going to change his dial? Oh, Chris can. Go back to holding.
You're all set up. I'm ready when you are. And when they are.
I like the strategy. So we're down to the junior shootout final, right?
Identical reaction times for Wallen and Bulldog. It's going to be Chris Wallen. Dead on one at 149 miles an hour, getting the win over Bulldog. And your bye run will be Bruce Litton.
Hey, Kyle. Kyle, you want to do junior shootout final?
Okay, we're missing one of our top racers. We are missing one of our top racers. We're waiting on our top semifinals, and we're missing one of you. Junior shootout final to 1 and 2, please. Junior shootout final to 1 and 2.
After you run this and the junior shootout, you can run that's your modified final.
Your final pair, Josh Adkins, 734 dialing in the third gen Camaro, up against Amy Reed out of New York in the Valiant, 672 dialing. Amy will be doing the chasing.
Wallen did.
Six now between them. And the finish line comes up. Win light going to go to Adkins. Dead on with a 2 for a 6 down margin. Beats the dead on with a 2 for Amy Reed by virtue of being 6 down better at the starting line. Bob Pfeiffer needs you back to the lanes. Bob. Here he comes. I see Bob. Junior shootout needs you to the lanes. Junior shootout needs you to the lanes, please. When we call our No box and box shootouts back. The no box shootout buy will be 46X2, and the box shootout buy, I believe that's Raymond Hout, NX74. We'll take no box shootout back to lanes, please. Box, you should be in, buckle up, and rolling down. Top, you should be in, buckled up, and rolling down. Top, you should be in, rolled. Yeah, come on, top. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Jacob Meinert and Austin Lenz. Your semifinal in top. Main event top. Jacob Meinert dialed in 464 out of Jeanette, Pennsylvania. 584 for Austin Lenz in the Regal. Box shootout to 5 and 6, please. Box shootout will take you to 5 and 6. Box shootout. No box shootout, right? No box shootout to 3 and 4. Box shootout to 5 and 6. Meinert is fourth out behind Lenz. It's going to be Meinert. 22 dead 9 getting the W. So again, no box shootout to 3 and 4. Box shootout to 5 and 6. Bob Pfeiffer and Matthew Morton, who will face Jacob Meinert in the final of top. .005 wrong side for Martin. Bob Pfeiffer will represent the Mopar side in the final versus the dragster of Jacob Meinert. Hey, Top, you can come back to 1 and 2 for your final when you're ready, if not sooner. Folks, at this point, as long as you win, go back to the lanes. We are in round robin mode. As long as you win, go back to the lanes. Our junior shootout final will be next. Again, top main event, you're in 1 and 2. You'll come back for your final when you are ready, if not sooner. No box shootout, you're in 3 and 4. No box shootout to 3 and 4. Box shootout to 5 and 6. Box shootout to 5 and 6. Once again, that is no box shootout to 3 and 4. Box shootout, you should be in 5 and 6.
I think Raymond Hout might be in the wrong lane. He's a box guy.
See the one in lane 4?
Yeah, that gray Firebird NX74. He's sitting on the bye.
Well, if nothing else, you got 3. You know,
Yeah, you got your 3 no box guys there, right?
yeah. You got 2 and 3. You got 2 cars and 4 and 1 and 3.
Hey, Raymond, you're sitting on the buy in box. Raymond Hout, you're sitting on the buy in box.
He's like 1,050 years old. He might not hear me.
We got the junior final ready, and you also have the semifinals for no box shootout race.
For juniors.
Yeah, 5-10 for junior split. Or however they want to do it, yeah.
That's the class 1 ticket.
Yeah.
One and one two is gonna have lane choice for top. Jacob Minor.
Yep.
Hey, Jacob Minor, in the box final, you'll be sitting on the potential, or you'll be sitting on lane choice, Jacob.
No box shootout.
1380. Winner take all is the way it's set. 1380. The other one's already done though.
Well, she just gave me the semi.
Of what?
Well, I already set on. I thought I already set it on your phone.
Oh, sorry.
I was wondering why they pulled 33 seconds.
Oh, Kyle.
What?
You remember you got to go to sleep at some point.
You're out.
I'll live on my own. I don't care.
Did you figure out the top pick person? Because I ended up with 112 once we
Yeah,
chased it.
because Shelly Outrod ran a tab and she didn't put those in the iPad.
Oh.
So iPad showed 111, then I say plus 3 top. But I knew there was people that broke. That's why I put her in the same tab. So she needs to really put those in the iPad and not in the paper where it says tab and put it back on. But we don't do tabs very often.
Right.
Shelly and you Shelly actually put those in.
Yeah, that's probably that whole crew there, the Travis and Shelly and Brittany.
Yeah, they got something fun going right now.
Well, they usually do whenever they travel, to be honest with you. They race a lot. I give them full. You know, if they show up at a big money race, they are all at least 2 and 3. Plus, they usually bring Marco with them.
I thought he was supposed to be here this weekend.
Who?
So again, our top finals, you can go to 1 and 2. Top finals to 1 and 2 are about to run our junior shootout finals. No box. What was that? No box. Get in and buckled up. You're in 3 and 4, and again, our winners can go back to 3 and 4. And in 5 and 6 is our top shootout. And again, you are all in round robin mode. As long as you win, go right back to the lanes.
Final pair of juniors for the night. Woohoo.
So here comes our junior shootout final. Those of you watching on Wire Design Live, junior shootout final getting ready to come at you. Braden Bear. Braden dialed in 903. Up against Stephen Huckabee. Huckabee up on the summit side of the racetrack. Bear coming out of the water right now on the Valley Auto Group side. Huckabee in set. Here comes Braden Bear. And Bear, 002, wrong side. Gonna give the win to Stephen Huckabee. Again, top final, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Top final, be Bob Pfeiffer and Jacob Meinert. Meinert with lane choice. You'll be in 1 and 2. No box, you're in 3 and 4. No box shootout to 3 and 4. And again, they're rolling down actually right now. Your winners will go back to 3 and 4. Box shootout in 5 and 6. You guys will come back to 5 and 6, whoever wins. So again, racers, payout is up here in race control up in the tower. Coming up and see us. John Lowry and Cadence Socek, your pair to see who will race Bailey in the final of the no box shootout. Socek and Lowry. Socek in and set. Lowry in the Malibu. Tenth out between the two of them. Advantage gonna go to Socek. Win light gonna go to Socek. Lowry took 17, took 2 10th out too many. Your bye run, John Bailey, will face Candace Socek in the final. And Bailey, 666 with a 6, just to make sure it's extra evil, and a 10 light. So he'll be in your no box shootout final.
That was awfully nice of them. They didn't have to do that. Got it.
500.
Why do they do that to Austin and not Hannibal?
Maybe they don't like that. They might, that's kind of how you split depends on who you're with sometimes.
We're down to the next 3.
Going home, Greg?
I guess I'll tell you to get out of here.
What?
You haven't been here. You were here before any of us.
Excuse me.
Okay, -1.
I think she's terrible. Is that what you're going to call your mom now? Is -1? Oh, that's great. You know the
I'm having way too much fun here. Bustin Litton and Greg Seibert. Quarterfinals. If you do not win this round, you got $50 coming. You're better than kicking the shorts, I guess. Litton down in 615 to 508 for Seibert. Eighth thou between Seibert and Litton, and it's going to be Seibert getting the win light. Buster Litton took 11, broke out by 9 thou. He had 2 thou of room to work with down there. Just couldn't make it work. Great job by Craig Seibert. Now Chris Wallen down 451 to the 592 of Joe Socek Jr. Sitting on the bye is Raymond Hout. Socek and Wallen. Advantage Wallen. And a win light Wallen as Socek shuts it down early. Your bye run will be Raymond Hout. Hout 11 to the good. 577 on the 577. He ready.
Pretty good deal.
Your dad's okay?
Yeah.
That was scary watching that. I'm surprised that chain didn't hit him for real. It whipped up pretty good.
No, he said it hit him in the back.
It did, did it? Ugh.
What else did you get down to?
I think you're about to start.
So now you're down to final,
You go
and semifinal.
semi. 1, 2. Bailey has
So final and top, final and no box shootout, semi,
And top shootout, box shootout.
Wallen has
so it should have worked out perfect.
the final for the shootout.
Chris Wallen, you'll have a bye into the final for the shootout. Chris Wallen, sitting to the bye of the final for the shootout. Here comes your top main event final.
Amy, good job. Michael Beard says good job. He's 0003 ready, but he was home already by the time he said good job.
Jacob Meinert and Bob Pfeiffer going to be your final. Door car versus dragster. Meinert, the Pennsylvania native. 2023 American Race Cars chassis out 464. 691 for Bob Pfeiffer, longtime racer out of Barberton, Ohio in the 1973 Dodge Dart Sport. A lot of Mopars in the late rounds tonight. You already had Amy Reed get a runner-up in the modified class. You had Jeremy Murray win. Jeremy Murray won Sportsman. And now Bob Pfeiffer trying to keep that Mopar love going. He is in the final. And you have another guy in the final, Mr. Bailey. So again, winners come right back. Winners in our shootouts come right back, please. Pfeiffer and Meinert. Pfeiffer waiting patiently in the street, the pre-stage. 7-16 advantage. Dragster, win light, gonna be the dragster. Jacob Meinert, 65 of the 6 on the 464, 11th out margin, 16, 1 over 7, no good for Bob Pfeiffer. So the Mopar scorecard tonight is 2 runner-ups and a win. So again, all of our winners need to hustle on back, please. We got to go. Again, racers, tomorrow morning when we start back up, we will have new entry time trials only. New entry time trials only. First thing in the morning, then we'll go into round one of juniors to start, and then we'll go through our same ritual we always do. So new entry time trials only starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So if you got buddies that weren't here today but are coming up tomorrow, they will get that new entry time trial in the morning, and then we go into round one immediately of juniors following that. Hey, Shelly Elrod and Travis Colangelo, we need you down for the winner circle picture. Your presence is requested in the circle of winners. Come on. Box, get in and buckle up. Semifinals in box, get in and buckle up. Your final in the no box shootout. Caden Sochek and John Bailey. Bailey dialed in 667. Another Mopar in a final round here tonight. They are 1 and 2 in the final rounds thus far. Jeremy Murray collecting the only biggest of the bunch. 2 runner-ups otherwise for Amy Reed and Bob Pfeiffer. And it's looking pretty good right now for Bailey. And it's going to be Bailey, your winner in the no box shootout. Hey, Kevin, your ride is here. Kevin, your ride has arrived. I don't know if it's a friend. I don't know if it's the sheriff's department. I don't know if it's Uber, but your ride is here, Kevin. All I know is that Kevin's ride is here. Congratulations, John Bailey. Now the Mopars are 2 and 2 in finals. Craig Seibert in the dragster and Raymond Hout. Hout in the Pontiac. Again, folks, if you have money coming, you can come up to race control and get it. If you have money coming, you can come up to race control and get it. We are awaiting your presence to give you your presence. Hout dialed 577 in the Bird up against the long skinny car. Winner gets Chris Wallen in the final. Starting line advantage for the Firebird. Win light for the Dragster. 4th down margin of victory for Craig Seibert. 24-2 gets the win over the 14-1/7 by 4th thou. So Craig Seibert and Chris Wallen will be an all Dragster final in the box shootout. Looks like Wallen is probably just going to take the tree and back her back up. Yep. So as soon as Craig Seibert gets back and is ready to go, we will run our final of the night. Again, those of you watching tonight out there on the YouTubes in the Wire Design Live YouTube channel, I want to thank you guys and gals for watching tonight. We have one more pair coming up, and that is going to be it for the night. But we will be back at it tomorrow morning, as long as TJ can get out of bed. I'm asking a lot right now. We might catch up later in the day. We'll see how it goes, right, TJ?
We'll be.
Because
For a shootout. Or like the box pay.
It's 1,000 to win, 300 to runner up. And if they want to pick so there's
No,
semi,
it's a shootout, right?
yeah, but there's semis and quarters too. Like
Did I have you on now? I figured it was.
did you win the present?
so lots of pretty pictures being taken down. She's got a bunny. She's got a bunny. It's a rabid bunny. And she's got no. It's not an actual bunny. It's a stuffed bunny. If you've ever watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail, you understand how dangerous rabbits truly can be.
I'm sure I have it, but
We're in the tallest one.
So we are waiting on Craig Seibert. We are waiting on Craig. Need you here. Need you now.
Haley Elliott, who was Jason, one of his many ex-girlfriends. Haley comes up, her dad, they come up to the mailbox at Atlanta, and they bring Trudy. Trudy, she's a short-haired dachshund, little red one, little tiny thing, very quiet. She has the softest ears. Because the short hair's got those leather ears. Hers are just legit. Like all the girls are like, oh my god. Trudy's the sweetheart. She's very. I told her, Trudy wandered up on Haley's porch in New Zealand. It was skin and bone.
Right by the lake.
So your final pair getting ready to come out here shortly. Craig Seibert and Chris Wallen. So Chris Wallen and Craig Seibert, your final pair. Seibert dialed in 509 to 451 for Wallen. Your no box shootout final. So the dragsters backing up after their burnouts. Your final pair of the night, getting ready to make their way down the racetrack. 18-21 advantage, Wallen, and it's going to be Chris Wallen getting the win light. Seibert got there first by 15 thou, broke out by 8/10,000ths of a second. Took a smidge too much. Chris Wallen is your winner. That's your final pair of the night. So again, folks, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., new entry time trials only. Then we go right into round one of our juniors and follow the same procedure and run order as we had today. Those of you watching on Wire Design Live, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow morning whenever TJ wakes up. Payouts are up here in